month of scams. From me hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted. Saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full all the raw. In Mullingar that night I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Terriac's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassies smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a-bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll all among the quality, me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind, no bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling. And while I'm for the road, they said me Connacht brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terrier. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. When off Holyhead, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Aaron's Isle they began abusing. Hurrah me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, saw I was a hobbling, with the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. Now with me the leprechauns, we're grifting through the nations. Terriac leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock.
Welcome in, boys and girls. Also, shout out to Lethy Water Kai. My man. Appreciate you kindly, sir, for the follow over on Twitch. It's telling me that the Twitch is bugged on the StreamYard, but then Lethy followed, so I think it's working. I'm not 100%. But yes, we're doing a cope stream because, like I said, I'm trying out new things, all this kind of stuff. So I think like if I do a debate during my kind of like regular time slot, it's like I said, I think it's better just to do basic debate and then do a cope stream, and then you guys decide if you want to continue the cope or not. You know what I'm saying? It's something I seen the boys do, and I was saying it's Kai's let me know it's kind of working. So if it's kind of working, it's kind of working. It'll do. So again, like I said, it's open panel. It's pop up, share your thoughts, all this kind of stuff. Link is should be pinned in all the chats. Let me know if it's not. But without further ado, let me introduce the guest backstage.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Darth Rule of Two. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
My
Sorry
pleasure,
if I was
man.
annoying on that, but they were kind of bothering me a little bit on some of their points.
Yeah, no worries. Like I said, like typically with the kind of open panel parts where I kind of like step back and kind of like start doing a bit of kind of like what be the like it's basically kind of like trying to like analyze the feedback, see what like people are saying. But without further ado, I do have to introduce or shout out the raid from Easy. Bears coming in. Gotta shout him out. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. And because it's easy, there's only one way to introduce easy. It's got to teach us the logic. You know what I'm saying? The objective logic.
Well, hang on. Stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No. Don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy,
do you want
bro.
to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, dipshit?
Appreciate you, Easy. Thank you very kindly. We got Leith Waterguy saying Teriyaki didn't lose. He didn't subjectively win. I see what you're doing. And we got Shante roasting us in chat straight off the bat. What do I keep telling you, Shante? What do I keep telling you? Unbelievable. Like, not a single stream has passed where she hasn't ruthlessly roasted me for absolutely no reason. Completely undeserved. We got Ivan in chat as well. We got William and Kai saying identity, non-contradiction, excluded middle. How do people not notice? Exactly, Kai. Exactly. And those rules are objective and universal. It means there must be some sort of universality to it. But, ladies and gentlemen, I do have to. Me and William were talking, and William was saying you have to play this video because, ladies and gentlemen, we're fucking back.
I think it's safe to say that our luck has officially turned around, guys. We are back, baby. We are fucking back. We are back. Yeah. Classic. We are back. We are back.
We're fucking back, boys. We're back. You know what I'm saying? Also, shout out to Kai, you know? Love to you too, bro. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the whole thing in debate. Like, if you orientate yourself towards truth and not doing the whole, like, I want to win for, like, the show and all that stuff and all that kind of thing, that's where you actually get, like, the higher meaning. And what I mean by that is that it's like, you can, like, concede. Like, I've done it before. Like, I've actually conceded debate, like, live there in the debate. And it's actually led me towards being a better debater. You know what I'm saying? And it's like this whole thing of, like, if you can lose on purpose, in order to win with purpose, you must first know how to lose on purpose. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Bit of
Yes,
philosophy's there for you.
I actually learned that last night, like when we had the hot dog as a sandwich, or not a sandwich argument. Like, I went back and listened, and like I conceded pretty early in. And Are You Crazy? It was like, don't fucking concede. Like, what the fuck? Don't quit. And so I literally wrote, because I take notes. So I'm bad at interrupting. I still do it all the time. But it helps for me to write the point I have and hear somebody out. But I scratched it in so hard, never quit. And I stuck to that. doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong. I'm making the point, right?
Mm-hmm. And like the thing is that like one person could be making a point, another person making another point, and it's like it's not that neither one of them are necessarily right or wrong. It's that they only have a certain perspective, but it's by having that dialogue that actually the truth or the objective truth is actually revealed, and that's why they talk about it being like revelation, all this kind of stuff. And William was also saying we got to play the standard. Boys are back in town. You know what I'm saying? Welcome in. And William, let me know. I forgot to actually pin the links, so they should be pinned now. Also, shout out to 2WatchVid saying, Terry Agao, good job making Surkar say some totally stupid stuff. I can't believe he said thoughts don't require movement. That's what I'm saying. Like how can the thought leave your head and enter someone else's head without motion? Everything presupposes motion.
I do think he's trying to find the truth. That's why, like, I kind of extended an olive branch a little bit, although he's not going to see it that way. But I was also giving him enough rope too. He just doesn't have a worldview.
Yeah, but this is the thing.
I think he wants one though, which is what makes him likable, right?
But this is the like, in order to even like critique a position, you have to have some substance or some sort of belief. You know what I mean? So, for example, like to counter an argument, like to show that's irrational or illogical, you have to adhere to the laws of logic, like because you're going to be pointing out a contradiction. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And also, Kai saying it's like if the seam of the bottom of the bun breaks, it becomes the purest of sandwiches. But this is what I was saying, Kai. That it's like if I cut a hot dog fully the way through, is that then a sandwich? You know what I mean? Like this is what we call like Jack's thing. It's like this whole thing of like if I slice the bread but I don't do a full slice, is that a sandwich or is it now a roll?
All right, you want me to finish this argument? Is a hot dog a hot dog absent a bun?
Is a hot dog absent a bun still a hot dog?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's an interesting question. Oh shit, boys. We're gonna have riots in the chat. Oh my god, it's gonna be unbelievable. It's gonna be revolution in chat. They're gonna be saying no representation without taxation and everything now. Oh my god, unbelievable.
I was saving it for my live stream, and then like I did a live stream, but like you were in your debate, and I was just like on my live stream debating with my best friend who agrees with me on everything, and I was like, "This is dumb. I need to go watch Terry debate." But I did come to that conclusion after you wrecked me last night.
But like my thing to it is like I would still say like a smash burger is still a smash burger without the buns.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So like the fact, like and
it's not
even Kai saying like you know, when you go to the Subway, like they call that shit a sandwich, and they don't fully slice the bread. Do you know what I mean? And like a pizza is an open face sandwich, truest hot take. But if it is an open face sandwich, if you fold the pizza slice, is that not a sandwich then? Or if I have a pizza, then I put a pizza and then flip it and then put it on top, is that not a sandwich then? Yeah, but like I would say that like I eat burgers each day. Like I eat smash burgers, but I don't eat the bun. I don't have any bread with it. I just have the meat and cheese.
All right, say I take a hot dog out of a package and I cook it whatever my preferred method is, right? Which is microwave.
Mm-hmm. The true American way.
And I don't put it on a bun like my picture is suggesting there. Is it still a hot dog?
Yeah, You'd have to assume so.
Therefore, it's not a sandwich
How is it not a sandwich?
because there's no bread involved.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Like in terms of like that specific example, that you'd still say it would be a hot dog without the bun. You know what I mean?
Do you not see? All right, can I give you like why I'm arguing this so hard? It's the law of identity, man. A hot dog is a hot
Okay.
dog. Bun doesn't matter. The bun is the excluded middle.
Okay.
Therefore,
Oh shit, what's that? Just to let you know, just to remind everybody, like if you are using the super chats and you are on an iPhone device, YouTube, Apple and YouTube both take 30%, which means that $10 donation you're sending on your iPhone via super chat, we only get, like, let's say you send $10 super chat, we only get $4.90. But if you use the Ko-Fi PayPal, we get 100%, or I think it's like 99%. I think there's like a 1% service charge, some shit like that they put on it. But the vast majority goes to us rather than 51% going to you, Apple and YouTube. You know what I'm saying, folks? So make sure you get the donors in. And like I said, just to remind y'all, this is a cope stream. So like this whole thing at the Griff Break, we ain't counting the Griff Break. We're basically to extend the cope. If you want to continue to see me coping with the likes of, you know, obviously like Kai, but then mainly Shantae. She's the biggest roaster in chat. You know, it's microwave winger. Unbelievable.
yeah, she
Get your
dodged,
mind out of the gutter, Shantae. But anyway,
she dodged me last night. She should come up right now. Spartacus paid for her to come up and debate me last.
exactly. My point exactly. I mean, that's why we got Shantae. We got a clip of Shantae. You know what I'm saying? It's unbelievable with these ladies. You know what I mean? But if you do want to extend the code, make sure you get the donos in. I think it's about $15 in the Ko-Fi, William. 1 sec. Let me try. Yeah. So if you want to extend the code, we need at least $15 via the PayPal or Ko-Fi. Or if you're like Teriak, you're drunk, go home. Enough of this copium. You're a copium addict, Teriak. Then that's okay as well. You know what I'm saying? We get an early night, we catch up on the sleep, all that kind of stuff. Ice cream sandwiches uses cookies as bread. This is the interesting here, because I would even say that taco is a sandwich.
What?
Taco is a sandwich. You know what I mean? Like I've done scientific research on this, sure. You know what I'm saying? Like I got my clipboard and my pen and everything.
You're gonna have to bring Shantae up, and yeah,
You know what I mean? It's we got. See, I even agrees. You know what I'm saying? A taco is a sandwich.
defend your point of view then. Not you, them.
Wait, what?
No, like I just meant come up on the open panel. That's all I meant. But I was also
I ain't going nowhere. Go fuck it. King's like, y'all fucked. Tortilla is considered bread. A taco is a sandwich. You know what I'm saying? And without further ado, folks, I do got to get backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Lethal Watercar, welcome to the show.
He called out the idea of a taco not being a sandwich. So, based on most people's rationale, is a tortilla bread?
no.
So, for the cultures that use tortillas as what we would consider bread, it's not bread. Give me your non-contingent grounding framework for what you consider bread.
A hot dog exists absent bread.
No.
Therefore, it is not a sandwich. It's that simple.
So you're using different terminology. A
Am I?
frank or a wiener
No,
is not a
wieners
hot
are
dog.
dogs. No, I'm talking all beef Angus, no preservatives. Creme de la creme.
That's a wiener.
No, it isn't. Wiener is
It's
what?
not a hot dog.
Wiener is. You need to look up your definitions. Wiener is chicken, pork, and beef mix. I'm talking all beef American, hardcore, 6-inch bun length.
I'm not going to speak to your fixation on
Birth.
that thing. I'm not fucking with that. But when you get to the definition of a hot dog, it becomes a hot dog once it hits the bread.
So
It's a
with no
wiener
bun-
until it hits the bread.
Nah, look up the definition of a wiener. Well, maybe don't. That might be a weird
And
Google
Yeah,
search.
you want to make sure you have safe search selected for that search, particularly.
but the
No,
primary
there's-
thing is that the original terminology for what most people consider a hot dog, maybe not you, which is fucking wild. They called it a hot dog sandwich. Same as
They call
when
conies that?
I'm gonna say back, like I don't know how far back the terminology goes, but they
What
called
is
it a
coney?
hot dog sandwich.
No, it's conies. Coney Island, New York City.
I'm not
Well,
gonna
like-
look to where that terminology started, but like I want to get to the last part
That's
of
not
it.
the point, though. I'm
Once
just
we got to the Hamburg steak, you had this Hamburg steak thing, and they put it in between two slices of bread, and that bitch became a hamburger.
yeah, which is not a sandwich.
No, they call it a Hamburg sandwich.
No, they called it a hamburger, and it turned.
No,
into
they
the-
called it a Hamburg sandwich before they called it a
Mhm.
hamburger.
So distinctions don't matter.
No, I'm just saying, like, it was already understood that it's a sandwich, but they just put a different spin on the idea of what we already understand to be a sandwich.
Well, then everything's a sandwich.
No, not everything is a sandwich. We have open face sandwiches, we have traditional sandwiches. A pizza is an open face sandwich. If you fold that bitch, it's a straight up sandwich.
These
My
are
man,
distinctions,
my man.
right?
And speaking of distinctions, we got $10 in the Ko-Fi. 1 sec, let me give you a little PayPal. Oh my God, Pepe for that one there. Shout outs to you. Thank you very kindly, Darth. We
So-
only need $5 to extend the code, but go ahead, gentlemen.
I just don't want any sandwich stolen valor to be portrayed in this honorable chat.
Fair.
We need to acknowledge our sandwiches.
Are you aware that, like, one of the Merriam-Webster definitions of a sandwich is something that resembles a sandwich?
Yes, all of these things resemble sandwiches. I appreciate it.
Ridiculous.
Are you saying that a hot dog doesn't resemble a sandwich?
Yes.
You have a hot dog in the hands of your PFP right now. That shit looks like a sandwich. I can't see the bottom seam. How do I know the seam is still there?
Well, that's
I can't see the seam. It's a fucking sandwich. That bitch is broke as far as I know.
So, it being sliced all the way through is your distinction. I mean,
It's meat between two slices of bread. Yeah,
You
it's a
do-
sandwich.
you do get that, like, I'm saying this is like a metaphor, right?
You think I'm being serious right now? I'm having fun with you.
No, not at all. Same. Same.
Speaking of which, we got another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Mosman, welcome to the show.
Hey, how's it going?
So you
Good
understand a
yourself?
pizza is a sandwich, correct?
Pizza is not a sandwich.
Unbelievable.
How is it not an open face sandwich?
Because an open face now, okay, so that's a great point there, which is that you put meat in sauce on a bread But see, I've never liked myself the idea of an open face sandwich because to me it defeats the whole purpose of the definition of sandwich, which is between two pieces of bread.
Well, yeah, you're not a dirty
which is-
heathen. I appreciate that, but it doesn't negate the fact that it's a sandwich.
Which is why if you look at a pizza, it's one piece of bread. It's one piece of bread, and a hot dog bun or a hot dog bun is actually, like if it's cut correctly, shouldn't be two pieces separate. It's a one bun. That's why you can have a hot dog not be a sandwich, but a hamburger be a sandwich.
Well, a hamburger is a sandwich by definition.
Yeah.
There's no way around that.
No,
But
no.
when we get into the classification of what the necessary attributes are to be a sandwich, all of these meet the criteria. What is the exclusionary criteria for why you're negating them as sandwiches?
Who decides what a sandwich is?
Well,
I don't want to give the obvious.
Don't you know it? Don't you know it's all relative?
Relatives to heathens versus not heathens. That's all I could say about it.
It's all relative.
So who's the sandwich authority? Like, it makes me think of the Mitch Hedberg joke of
I would say Donald Trump is the sandwich authority. He
What?
has experienced more sandwiches than most people.
Probably, I would say he's
He
probably up
knows
there,
the
yeah.
best sandwiches.
over
Some
Jared.
would say
The fried chicken sandwich is great. You know, Philadelphia, yeah. I would say people from Philly know how to make a good sandwich for sure.
but that would be a roll. And do you not consider a roll a sandwich?
I guess it depends on how they cut the bun, right? So
Like, if I get a Philly cheesesteak
and
and-
this is what it comes down to, which is the semantics
You're missing the point.
of the matter.
You're missing the point.
But if
Who
the back
decides-
ain't split on that Philly cheesesteak, is it still a sandwich? Or is it a hot dog?
Oh, don't get me started on Philly cheesesteaks.
That's a great point.
Who is the authority on sandwiches? That's what I'm saying. That's the point.
I can tell you who isn't. RFK is not the authority on
I didn't
sandwiches.
say he was.
I
Jimmy
just said who
John's?
wasn't.
Jimmy John's?
No. Jimmy John's
So-
is good
Just
for
say,
getting it to
we
you.
can't, just don't say Jared from Subway because
But the fact that they put lettuce on a cheesesteak says they are not the authority on sandwiches.
Agreed. I don't even like
who puts
green peppers.
who puts
on
lettuce
that
on a cheesesteak?
Jimmy John's will put lettuce on your cheesesteak.
Mhm.
Philly's Best will put lettuce and tomato on your fucking cheesesteak. It's an abomination. It is haram.
It is. It is.
But
It's like
who
I
is
do not like it.
It's like putting ketchup on a hot dog.
that's
terrible.
Like putting
subjective. What is the
pineapple on a
objective?
pizza.
Oh, fucking kill me now, please.
I'm from California. All pizza naturally has to come with pineapple on it or you get taxed.
Unbelievable.
Who is the authority on that? That's the only point I'm trying to make. And
Gavin Newsom. Oh, no, you meant about sandwiches. Yeah, gotcha. Sorry. I would say it would be the Earl of Sandwich. And then moving forward in the philosophy of the Earl of Sandwich, we have developed a better criteria for determining what falls under the Lord Earl of Sandwich's criteria of sandwich.
so it's not a hot dog absent a bun.
Unfortunately, no.
Yeah, we got
The Germans are going to have a problem with you.
Yeah, we do.
You're appropriating German culture and trying to classify these Franks, sausages.
But do you know
wieners.
how many people have appropriated German culture? The British did it. Americans have done it.
Well, no, the Germans appropriated American culture. We're the ones that started wiping out people first.
No. I'm talking
took
about
notes from
before.
us.
I'm talking about before that. I'm talking about almost everything that you have as a modern like holiday from like Christmas came from Germany. The candy cane, the Christmas wreath, you know, and then of course there were certain styles that accented it, of course, like the Brits would put, lamps on lamp. They put candles on a tree, which
I'm not going to do this here because this is a fun time. I'm going to leave this alone.
but yeah.
Fair enough.
I'm just saying that a lot of so the German, and then of course a lot of Eastern European stuff is also the very basis of most of Western.
Okay, you're making me do it. Why are you making me do it? Why don't you acknowledge the pagans?
Interesting. I did not see that coming.
The pagans.
I don't give a fuck about them, but for some reason, the appropriation of pagan fucking shit is just being completely misrepresented right now. Stop doing that.
Boys, you gotta be careful. Creative witch is gonna start coming after you. You don't want no fucking witch coming after you, boys. Trust me.
That was so not what I thought you were going to say.
It's the best thing.
But like, Kai does bring up a good point. Like, a lot of like Christians seem to act as though before Christianity, like there was basically nothing. Do you know what I mean? But when you look through the histories, as they say, like a lot of like common themes, like you can see them basically evolve through cultures. Like, for example, like one could make the argument that Prometheus, like the story of Prometheus and the story of Jesus, is very similar. Like
There's other analogs. There's a bunch of analogs to Jesus within multiple different theologies, but
one could even say that was a logical truth, right?
It's just a lot of different groupings had claims, and their claims said our people are dope because one of us can come back from the dead, or our people are dope because we live 600, 800, 900 years. None of it's true. Like, you get the King's record from the Sumerians, and these motherfuckers were living hundreds of years. The Bible took the similar framework. There's no demonstration of people. Like, you could find some bones with the density of somebody that lived for that long. We ain't found not a single one.
So because we haven't found a single one, it means it's not true.
No, I'm not going to black swan it. I'm going to say, I would think we would have found it by now. It's amazing we haven't. There ain't nothing close to it. There's not even like a 200.
Okay.
But
so like the threshold is wild.
But we also have to be careful about how we do things like carbon 7 dating and stuff like that, because we know there was those boys back in the 90s that they thought they found a dinosaur and it was like basically a dog. And,
well, I'm not even saying the dating. So like the idea of somebody living for thousands of years.
They've never even proven that dinosaurs exist. There's never been a fully intact dinosaur.
Dinosaurs fucking exist. Stop playing.
No.
Ah.
You're fucking killing me.
No. If they're anything, they're dragons. We think they're dragons.
No, there's never been a fully intact dinosaur.
Just like the Bible talks about.
You need a fully intact dinosaur for dinosaurs to get the fuck out.
Yes, you do.
I mean,
there was so much fraud. There was so much fraud.
So because there's fraud means the other body of evidence is completely worthless.
Yes. When you look at how it has shaped and formed the majority of how people look and think about dinosaurs. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Are we being serious, or are we trolling me right now?
No,
I like a good troll.
The point of it is that absolute truth is not taught, right? And
no, I'm not talking about absolute truth. Motherfucker, you ain't never seen that alligator?
Question it. All right. To not question it, though, is kind of ridiculous.
Yes, question it. But the whole idea is people have been questioning this thing for a very long time. So if we think we're novel questioners, or we've asked questions that people haven't asked.
Skeleton?
I'm sorry?
Is there a fully intact dinosaur skeleton that's ever been discovered by humans?
I don't know, and if there isn't, it doesn't matter. Why would you need a fully intact one?
Well, it matters when you're talking about how museums And I can remember this. I said this, and I can remember I was at the Denver Museum of Natural History, and we were standing outside the IMAX, my wife and I basically said, this is church for secular people, because basically everything that you're taught, like the ideas of dinosaurs, but growing up as a kid, like if you grew up in the 80s and everything that we saw in the, like how they said the T-Rex was supposed to be, which didn't make any damn sense at all, because it would actually fall and kill over. And so it's like, but
why?
So, but part of that's because they found bones and then they started putting them together. And they said these have to then therefore match to this. And then so therefore our models for how we look at what a dinosaur is based on that. And so we don't, and actually the names of dinosaurs, it's all relative, because it's all based on, and it's all set upon a junk science that began with a lot, and there was a lot of con men and a lot of, grift, because I'm sorry, there was money to be made and digging up bones. I mean, there was, whether it be animal bones or human bones.
So, at what percentage of recovered dinosaur bone from one species is sufficient for you?
So how do you know that comes from a dinosaur? What how do you know?
Because you have the fossil itself. You have the dinosaur bones. So let's say you have the dinosaur bones.
But who determined it was a dinosaur bone?
We labeled it dinosaur. You can call it whatever the fuck you want. It all comes from the same animal.
Okay, well now we're actually
mail me a Baconator too. I really appreciate that.
Based.
Yeah.
I need the beef.
Where's the beef?
Do I need to switch my background again?
No, you're good. It's space. So I'm saying, if I found 30% of a dog,
how do you determine it's a dog if you don't have anything to compare it to?
And what I'm saying is, let's say the whole reason why you believe in a dog, or the whole idea, the model for accepting it being a dog, is because it was given a model and it was put, its bones were put in its spine and its legs were put in a way that gave it an incontextual. That's the point we're talking about. But also, you're also now going into a different thing, which is that we can now look at dogs. And we can actually look at dogs, look at their muscle shape, look at their synapses. We can look at their bone structure. We can tell what's a hind leg and what's not. These things we're all able to do now within the thing. But most of the things that we believe about dinosaurs come from a theory of a belief, and and this is the whole thing, which is why originally I was kind of cooking a little bit with what you were saying, because you were like, hey, I don't know if I can say we have one way or the other, this or that, and like I said, so when you realize that the majority of the dinosaur bones and the way that they were put together gave us incorrect models of how dinosaurs should be behaving and looking, and like everything that we know about, and then not to mention we don't actually have a fossil record, or excuse me, a carbon dating record that actually can significantly demonstratively tell us that there were 3 different periods, whether it be the Jurassic, Cretaceous, I can't say,
Cretaceous.
But, Cretaceous, yeah.
Well, it's such a long span of time.
Right.
Yeah, and we have reasonable models, fossil records.
Do we?
Dating, yes, we actually do. It's funny as it is, but when
So you've done the work yourself, right? You've done the work on the models yourself, right?
No, why would I have to?
Well,
because unless you,
what somebody else said is correct.
mm-hmm.
Sorry, jump to that.
Dare I say it? You're taking it on faith.
No, it's not about faith.
Yes, it is.
No, it's about looking at the predictive model. So, I'm sure you're aware.
Models have always come and gone. And we know that the model for the
I was going to give you an example.
The sun around the earth, or the sun around the earth, right? That was a scientific model for its day. Obviously, we would not say that's a correct model. Okay, so models.
I'm talking about a predictive model.
Predictive.
Okay, but who
what?
comes up with that terminology of predictive modeling?
It's based on the criteria and the observations that come from the criteria, which makes perfect sense.
And whose observations are they?
So because I didn't observe it myself, I have to say I don't know
You
if
have
they
to-
actually did it.
Right. If you're going to be intellectually
No, that's
honest with
bonkers.
yourself, yeah.
No, that's bonkers. That's
Yeah.
beyond intellectually
Well,
honest.
but
Because if
but-
it weren't
but-
intellectually
then
honest,
that's why
then I
you
can
don't.
tell you.
That's why you don't believe in God, then, right? And
No,
that's the
no,
reason
you have
why
to
don't believe in-
understand. If these individuals did not find the fossil where they found the fossil, there's going to be retractions of papers. There's going
No,
to be
it's not.
lawsuits. Yeah, there absolutely is.
No, there's people who did peer review studies on how if you bark like a dog, you're like anti-trans. I mean, there was like all kinds of BS that people threw in there, and it got passed through through the pure journal or the pure, what do you call it, with the paper, the pure paper process in colleges. The whole idea of how a model, how we come to a consistency, is actually so when you look at how obscure and how it is like, especially like when we look at the climate models, right? Like climate models are one of the most unpredictable things that we've developed as a scientific theory, because we see these climate models fluctuate. And so the problem that we have is that we can no longer say that these things therefore indicate this. And when you look at the peer review studies of how they do things, it's a lot of times you get people who are scientists who are emphatic with the idea of scientism, not the actual science. And so, so when someone says, well, we've proven it, well, you believe someone's claim that they've proven it, but your whole reason for testing the authority of let's say, for example, the idea of God, is that you find that there's an inconsistency within the people who speak about God,
No,
right?
it's a lack of demonstration. So the idea
Right.
that Tiktaalik is a great example of what I'm trying to
Okay.
get forward. There's multiple sources for the predictive model and the reasoning and rationale for that predictive model. That predictive model, once looked into, found exactly what they were saying. Same thing you can say you can't find Precambrian rabbits. This is because the predictive model is showing you what it is. So for the falsifiability of that record, if you found a Precambrian rabbit, all of science would change. Well, not all of science, but when it comes down to the taxonomy
So then it's not
record,
science. Then it's not science if it changes, right? The
no,
science
science
has to be
science will change. That's the whole point.
because
of science.
it's observational theories of the idea of what we what our theories are, right?
So
if
do you
that's
believe-
the case, then yes, I would agree with you that science changes if science is by its basis theory. But if you're saying that the core of science is, like, say, for example, the observational method, then you say, well, that changes.
There's more to science than that. You understand that the scientific method has more than just one category in it, right?
So educate me on what's more than the observational method.
So you want me to give you the scientific method?
I know the scientific. I want you to tell me what you think the scientific method is. So obviously there's a control and variables, right?
Are we really doing this? Are you Jim bobbing me right now?
Am I Jim bobbing you? First of all,
Yes.
don't ever compare me to that guy. Secondly,
Machiwa, folks.
Machiwa, Reggie. Machiwa.
And a very special Machiwa for Sade for the $5. Appreciate you kindly, folks. We're at least going one more hour. But, gentlemen, go ahead.
I'm just making sure. But there's multiple steps to the scientific method beyond observation, or like the initial hypothesis based
So
on
you
observation.
So using the scientific method, can you prove that dinosaurs ever existed?
So what I'm getting at is there's evidence that dinosaurs existed
Based on what?
based on
Based on
the
what?
actual dinosaur bones themselves.
and who told you they were dinosaur bones? Who told you they were dinosaur bones?
Are they
How do you know they were?
bones?
So that makes because it's not humans, it means it's a dinosaur.
Hold on, let me make a claim real quick and see if
Yeah,
you can prove
yeah.
it.
I'll let him hang himself.
No,
No,
I'm not hanging
myself
myself in any way, shape, or form. I'm saying
no. What if they were Nephilim bones?
that's exactly what I was joking about. I'm glad you actually got it. That's what I was laughing about. I'm like, oh, so these long ass fucking femurs are Nephilim bones, or the human bones? Was the way that came out.
I'll make the affirmative on that.
Wait, you're saying they're Nephilim bones?
Can you disprove it?
Yeah, the lack of human DNA.
It's Nephilim aren't human.
This is happening. Oh my god, this is happening. This is beautiful.
I'm playing around, dude. Don't take this like the wrong way.
No. This is just hilarious.
It's
Like
just-
you're asking me to refute the Nephilim. Like,
That's-
wow.
Yeah, the
I'm
same
almost honored.
dinosaurs. That's the point I'm making. You can't prove dinosaurs, just like I can't prove Nephilim.
Just remember, if we found any dinosaur bones, they would be in pyramids. So
Underground.
They would be in pyramids, not in people's yards and where we found it.
Have you seen the shit under the pyramids that they discovered through LiDAR?
Yeah, Kai, he's
Yeah.
basically John's making a joke because the JS Urban Adventures, he claims that the dinosaurs built the pyramids. That's how the Egyptians were able to build
Get
the
the
pyramids. They
fuck
must have
out
been
of here.
dinosaurs.
This is some Flintstones level bullshit. God damn.
Prove it. Prove it is my only play. I've just
I actually
to
made
bring it back, though.
an image with him where he was a dinosaur wearing a MAGA hat with building a pyramid behind him, drinking a bud or a natty light or whatever he drinks. Yeah.
But to bring it back, like let's say we did find a bone, right? And like the whole thing that like Christians would say is like, or the Jews as well would say, the Nephilim, like they're not human, so like we shouldn't expect to find a human DNA. Like, how do we, like, let's say John's saying that that's the Nephilim, and you're telling me that it's like some sort of dinosaur. Both are concepts that don't exist in modern day. Like, how do we prove one way or the other?
Well, the Nephilim, for the most part, would have been still living within periods in which DNA is still capable of being extracted. And a Nephilim is half human, half angel. So there would still be human DNA or a human trace, just like if you would get a paternity test, you would get one half of the genome and then the other half of the genome. Like, if you were to ask about like the even wilder question of like if multiple generations did the pure Aryan thing and only hooked up with other Nephilim, like what would be the concentration of Nephilim DNA versus like I'm having to contend with the goofiest fucking hypothetical ever.
It's meant to make you think, man.
No, I already think like this isn't something I haven't already thought about. So
But
like
also, Nephilim
my
was-
rap name was Nephilim.
No shit.
So when I used to MC, my rap name was Nephilim. And then Diablo 2 came out and just ruined it, and I went by Divine Mind.
Well, fuck, you derailed my thought train there. That's awesome, though. For
Like,
sure.
the idea that I hadn't already thought about these things, especially when I was Christian, and then I moved toward Gnostic, and then like the beliefs about the other texts that were removed from the Bible, and going into the Book of Enoch, which I found to be super interesting, which led me to like other religions and ideas. So I went from the Christian route to the Catholic route to the Gnostic route to the esoteric route to the none of this shit is real.
To the I don't give a shit as long as I get up and I can get to work and pay my bills.
Well, like all of these different groupings had claims like about magic, about the spiritual nature of things, about what people can and cannot do, and none of it was ever able to be demonstrated.
But you're
As
seeking
cool as
truth.
it is, Oh yeah, I've always been seeking truth. Like I'd rather believe more true things than false things. So if at any point somebody can show me something, I will gladly research it if I don't understand it. And then I will hope to like get to a truth claim on that. But
Yeah,
it's
but
not like
if
I
you go out digging in the dirt and you find a rock and it says made by God, the likelihood of you actually believing in God is still going to be very unlikely, isn't it? Because your first instinct would be to say, what kind of prick did this kind of, who am I being punked here? Am I be who the site when it's the scientific method or whatever? Like
No,
and
that's a
the
silly
kind of-
idea. The idea that a rock has made by God on it. I assume it's a tagger doing some sort of social experiment or whatever. Like,
I can just
why aren't you
imagine
gonna
like
just
John there
choose-
digging in the desert, and then he gets some bones. Like, what kind of fucking prick done this? You know what I mean? It was a little straw hat and everything, out in the middle of Egypt. But like the key thing that like I'm getting here is that like even if like we get ethos from the mythos, so it's like whether or not like Job actually existed, there's a lot of truth to that story.
You're getting into that again, bro. You're getting
No, it's a really good story, and like I appreciate the stories, but I also look at the Bible like it's a comic book. Peter Parker lives in New York. New York is real. Therefore, Spider-Man is real. There's not a syllogism I can work with.
But you understand like the importance of having like I said, like that superhero story or some sort of story. Like if you view the Bible the same way that we view Marvel, would you not say that like the Bible is better writing than the current day Marvel?
No, I think Marvel has far better consistency than the Bible.
Oh,
itself.
bro.
I'm out.
Bro, come on.
see all day.
The story of Job, like that is like one of the best written stories ever, all time.
I would give Iron Man 1 like a far better rating.
The fact that like I said, it kind of it puts you in that dynamic where it's like you're literally reading a test. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
like
what
the
you were
story is
seeing with
testing
Tony
you.
Stark in Iron Man 1. He was being tested against his father's legacy. He felt inept. He got put through trials and tribulations. Eventually, he came out as Iron Man, and he beat the fuck out of terrorists. Like, I don't see why this is a better story.
Because real quick, because
what he's showing is
one
his
sec, John.
modernity right here.
One sec, John, because I will release it to the Christians, because again, technically I am doing a bit of a boo-boo because I'm non-Christian talking about the Christian thing. But like you understand like the dynamic where it's like there's like Tony Stark being tested, but because we know that Tony is the hero, we just follow Tony blindly, and whatever Tony's struggling, all that kind of stuff, and we can empathize on this kind of shit. But like what I'm saying is the Book of Job is like testing the reader, not testing Job.
You're saying it's testing the reader. Interesting. How is
Yes.
it testing the reader?
Like, is this a God you're willing to follow? A God that just gives you things?
Oh no,
Exactly.
I wouldn't follow the God for other reasons.
Yeah, but like this whole thing, like God even says in the passage that I ruined Job without justification, or I ruined him without cause. You know what I mean?
Right. I don't disagree with that. I think God is an
But
asshole.
it's written in a way to expose that.
Hold up. You just admitted that God exists by saying he's an asshole.
No, by the narrative standard of what's in the literature, God is an asshole. I don't believe this God actually exists. But if this God exists, like if I were given the hypothetical that God shows up in front of me, proving that God is real, would I follow that God? I can easily say no, unless the God explains the realities of what I understand of it.
So you need proof.
Yeah, proof would be nice.
What is your threshold of proof?
No, he needs more than proof. What he wants is he wants to be affirmed his position. He wants to be
No,
affirmed.
I was a Christian
what
for a
he-
long time, like with
So
almost zero proof. My standard
say
of proof
They
rose.
kind of steered you wrong
Why would you say that?
because you should be able to answer this question.
What's the question again? Is my standard of truth? Oh, I didn't hear because I got into.
No, I mean,
differentiate.
it comes down to that. Fuck, I forgot.
Like, what is my threshold for truth? Like,
Yeah.
are we talking epistemology?
Yeah. Mhm.
So, I will say that I can easily give a percentage level of confidence I have in any given claim. When it comes down to biblical claims, I don't have a high confidence level.
Okay, say it's not biblical, right?
Mhm.
Just truth in general. Just like
Yeah, we're
an
talking
abstract-
standards of evidence.
Yeah. Well, do you need evidence?
Yeah, I could appreciate some evidence.
All right. How much evidence?
So if you told me you got a new
What's
kitten,
your threshold of evidence?
my threshold of evidence comes down to the level of importance in which I place the claim. And based on the elements of the claim, I may require more evidence.
Well, what's the evidence of evidence? Or why should we value evidence?
Well, like we value evidence because it's how we evaluate a claim.
Yeah, but you're kind of being circular in the way that like evidence is valuable because evidence is valuable.
No, I said it's evidence is valuable is because how we evaluate a claim. So if someone makes a claim, we want evidence to validate the claim.
Yeah, but you're holding that evidence holds value in terms of like proving the truth and all that. But why would one like imagine like I said, I'm like this is like 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, and I'm literally just like a naked slave in the middle of the desert, and you're like an enlightened one trying to like teach me like to become a man and like actually choose myself and all this stuff. You would have to show why is evidence valuable? Why is it important? You know what I mean?
So in the instance that evidence becomes something you're aware of, it's how you regulate how you view the claims that are put forward to you. So if somebody comes up to you and says, I'll give you work, by what evidence do you have that they're going to pay you once you do the work based on the agreement? And so if you don't have any evidence, be it the relationship with the individual, testimonies, whatever the case may be, more than likely you can conclude you may be getting taken for a ride. But if you decide not to utilize evidence and just take on faith that this person is going to do what they said they did, then it's kind of your own fault if you get taken advantage of.
Can I tie this into the not so shameless plug of the Mystery Van series?
Of course.
We were talking a little bit about this, like with the Zodiac before it devolved. My bad. But to be able to decipher evidence, you have to have something to compare it to, which is why the Zodiac was able to get away with so much shit, right? Because there wasn't fingerprint data, because he was never caught. There wasn't DNA, because they didn't do it back then, right? See where I'm going?
Right. And they didn't catch him.
Mm-hmm.
So the lack of evidence was problematic in providing reasonable claim to say we found the individual.
Well, they didn't have access to the truth.
Exactly. So if you don't have access to the truth, it's not your fault that you don't come to the conclusion that the truth would lead you to.
Mm-hmm.
So until that evidence is prevented, what would warrant you to say that this is the truth?
Well, that's why dinosaurs don't exist.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
I know.
Because there is evidence, unfortunately.
There isn't, though.
What percentage of a dinosaur's bones do you think have been found? Like, what's the highest percentage?
Shouldn't 100% dinosaur skeleton be enough? There's not one 100% dinosaur skeleton. That's
Do
crazy.
you need 100%? Like, what is the? This
There's
is
just
like.
one.
So
There
you're
was
asking me basically the same question I'm asking you.
There was millions of them, right?
What percentage of a dinosaur being found is reasonable to conclude that this is a dinosaur skeleton?
One complete.
So you need it 100%.
Out of a million? You're
There
telling me
is no,
not
like,
one
60% isn't enough.
Not one?
70% isn't enough.
Out of how many millions?
I
Do
don't
you
know how many.
understand what I'm
I don't know
saying?
how many millions. I don't know what the Earth could begin to accommodate based on their oxygen needs, based on all these
How many
different things.
dinosaurs were there? How many dinosaurs were there?
I don't know.
Google it.
I need to Google how many dinosaurs there were.
Well, isn't it wild how whatever number is going to come up and there wasn't one complete skeleton?
Yeah.
Like,
And this is a
Now-
fun thing I like to do with the Christians because I say it's like if you believe in angels as a Christian, you by definition have to believe in aliens. If you believe in dinosaurs, should you not by definition also believe in like giants or Nephilim? Because like
No,
if,
why
if
would I?
birds are just like modern day pterodactyls, like surely humans would have went through the same kind of process.
shit. Raptors are chickens.
So the idea that Nephilim or whatever the case it may be exists would require proof that angels exist.
Not if you had absolute truth.
And we don't. So
No.
to warrant belief in angels, you would need some form of evidence. Otherwise, you're believing in something irrationally.
Is it irrational?
Well, what reasons do you have to believe that angels exist?
Well, you made the claim that it's irrational.
Well, I said if you don't have evidence to believe that angels exist, it would be irrational.
Well, I
So-
don't have evidence to believe dinosaurs exist, but you want
So
me to
you
look at
can.
it.
You do have evidence to believe dinosaurs exist.
No, I
It's
don't.
not. No, you don't find it to be sufficient. There is evidence.
No, there isn't.
Are you being serious?
Kind of.
Yeah, I want to say kind of for sure. There's no way you actually believe there is zero evidence for dinosaurs.
There's not zero. I'm not trying to be absolute on it, but there's definitely not a lot. Although I am a Sith.
Yeah, I'm going to say when you have eggs, when you have nests, when you have teeth, bones, all these other things that fit into over 50% of a framework of a species, I'm going to say bullshit has been called out and been found, and it doesn't fit into the rest of the examples that were given. We have zero evidence for
Who's giving
angels.
the evidence?
Who's giving the evidence?
Yeah, like the evidence we're giving is what you just said.
Multiple publications that are subject to libel laws, multiple institutes, colleges. Like, this
Interesting.
isn't just a one content. Like, it's kind of like the moon landing thing. Like, if you want to say we didn't have a space program that managed to land something on the moon, what is in it for every other country or people that have access to know that we didn't do so and say it wasn't to their benefit to just out the whole situation?
Well, at the time, the moon landing signified moon landing, signified like power, of course.
Right, but if anybody that was working on the program knew that it didn't happen, or
It
other
just-
countries that are adversarial to us knew that it didn't happen, why wouldn't they just discredit us and saying, oh, this is all bullshit, they tricked you, this is what it is?
What would be the benefit in that? I'll put my tinfoil
Literally the
hat.
betterment of their own country or that person. They got money from doing so.
Mhm.
An individual could benefit or an entire country could benefit from doing so.
one could say they did.
Which one?
Us.
Yeah, that seems silly to allow that to go on.
Okay, I'm not disputing that.
So have we reached a consensus?
Of what absolute truth is?
No.
Dinosaurs
On the fact that multiple countries have found dinosaurs, the scientific communities amongst these countries.
Hold on.
If that's your standard, I
Hold
can't
on.
contend with it.
Just humor me on this one for a second. All right. How is it if there's millions of dinosaurs all over the planet? Granted, there was a catastrophe, right? The extinction event, right? How is there not one completely intact?
Because it was a very long time ago, land shifted, things happened, catastrophes continued, and maybe there's not a complete skeleton available. There's not a lot of things we find complete, and even fossils are extremely rare.
Just to lend to I think what Kai is trying to point out is that it's like if we found like a bunch of like human bone remains, right? But we didn't find a full skeleton. Could we make the claim that's like someone was murdered?
Or even that it wasn't a human.
Well, there wouldn't have been. Yeah, I'm getting into the semantics on that. There wouldn't have been a human that long ago. But
if we did find a human skeleton from that long ago, but it was only 60% complete, you could pretty easily conclude like, oh, well, it's a hominid species.
But they've also found so many human remains, like up to like what is it now, 200,000 years ago?
That's what I'm saying. Science can be wrong and say, hey,
they're complete skeletons
humans,
as opposed to dinosaurs where there's no complete skeleton.
No, what Kai is saying is that like, for example, we find, let's say like even just 10% of like human bones in like some burn pit on someone's property. Like if the dude was coming and say, well, where's the full skeleton? If you can't reconstruct the full skeleton, then you can't make the claim that like we were burned here. But it's like it could be like the catastrophe was so great that it basically just like was like fucking blowing these things into a million pieces kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Same could be said for the Nephilim. Because of the Great Flood.
Well, no, because
right?
like
they were never able to figure that shit out.
Well, from like the David story, we would be able to determine that like the claim there would be that giants and humans existed like at some period of time. So the same fact that we see human bones when it goes to the giant ones, then it'd be like, where's the larger femur?
and they found pottery mentioning an individual, but there's no bones or anything from within that time period showing giant humans or even extremely old humans.
All right, I'm putting my tinfoil hat on. Wouldn't the pyramids be explainable by Nephilim or giants?
The
Not to mention
are
there's
explainable without them.
But there's also this huge power structure under them that we do not understand.
Yeah, that could still be humans.
Well, like I think probably a better way to go about it would be like what would be your theory to the pyramids being built? Bye.
So my theory to the pyramids being built is seasonal changes within the area of Egypt, allowing for higher water flows, lower water flows, as well as certain mountainous regions that these particular structures were built on to begin with. So they had like mountainous structures that they carved and worked through for the bricks that formed the pyramid. And they had skilled workers that they were using. There were no slaves or anything crazy like that because it's way too precise to be putting in the hands of slaves, because there's records of the people that were paid during that time period to construct things, and they were paid extremely well. So what it was them working with the natural framework and the seasonal changes to build up these things. Purely human.
But like, do you not think that they had like some sort of like sophisticated technology to it, or?
Nope.
So how'd they do it? Like from an engineering standpoint.
So if there's already a mountain face that you're working with, you can have it built up and you can start cutting out bricks and you build a structure around that mountain work. And then you just have to continue adding on. No, not like an actual mountain. Like what they call mountains out there aren't actually mountains. But it'd be about the size of a pyramid. So you can get a rock structure that's the size of the pyramid.
It's also been proven, though, that those rocks came from quite a... and 2-ton rocks from miles away. How'd they get them there? Do you think they just rolled them over logs and had people just pulling them?
No. Are you talking about Stonehenge or are you talking about the pyramids?
The pyramids, how'd they get those rocks there? The limestone that came from the...
Yeah, I'm going to say that's part of the seasonal situation
Isn't it
I
like
was talking
1,000
about.
miles away that they got the limestone from?
No, that's not what I'm aware of. No, that was in the region.
No, it wasn't. I'm doing this off the dome. I can pull the shit up if you want me to prove my point.
JS is just screaming dinosaurs in chat, which
Yeah,
not
now I
gonna
wanna
lie,
know.
is kind of convincing. But yeah, like feel free to Google and all this kind of stuff, boys. It's not like
No,
it's
I'm
not like an
Googling it right
examination,
now.
you know.
So limestone for the Giza pyramids came from two main sources: local lower quality limestone for core structure quarried directly on the Giza plateau, and high quality fine limestone for the outer casting from the Tura located on the opposite side of the Nile, 15 kilometers upriver. Like literally it was local. As far as I understood it to be in the first place, like it was local.
Yeah,
Like,
I
when
get
you're talking
that,
about
but-
the stones, like what you're talking about, that's the Stonehenge shit. They had to travel large distances to procure this information. Oh, we got the helicopter.
I get that, but like that, what I'm trying to point is there's like evidence where it's like these motherfuckers like clearly knew more than like what we're told. You know what I mean? Because like, how can you explain how that, like, that's literally a helicopter on the left. You know what I mean? And like some like UFO age kind of like shit that they're like, and they engraved this shit onto.
Oh, that's
you know,
Star
like,
Wars.
solid stone.
Dude, that's a lane speeder right above the UFO.
Yeah, but this is on like this is ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics, and like they say, oh, it was just eroded in a certain way and all this kind of shit. And it's like, nah, motherfucker, that's a clear like outline of a helicopter, like 2,000-3,000 years ago, maybe longer. You know what I mean? So it's like, and then when you say if they had that technology, then yeah, the pyramid would be a piece of cake to them. You know what I mean?
Well, it almost looks like it's shitting out little rocks.
So this is the thing about hieroglyphics. It's a pictograph language. What you're seeing as a helicopter isn't actually a helicopter. And I know it sounds like I'm saying, don't believe your lying eyes. That's not the reality of it. What I'm saying is, it's a pareidolia that we have. What we're looking at is a bow hieroglyph of Seti I and a 2-arm hieroglyphs of Ramses. So like the way it works out is we're ignoring the bird that was supposed to be in front of the structure and his 2 arms that don't look like arms, but they are arms if you're seeing like what was actually carved in there. So like if you look in front of the mass in front of the helicopter, that's a bird. In front of it is an arm. So the front of the helicopter is the arm. Same thing goes with the back. It's another arm. And there's a Seti bow. that
But what does
formulates
it
the
all
whole thing.
mean, Basil?
You want to know what it means? I'm supposed to know what it means?
Well,
I can only do so much. Like I have no
Holy
degrees.
man, you know. But it's just something then in terms of like the way I think about it at least is like these ancient civilizations. I think like we're told that like like they were, uneducated or whatever. But I think there's like they actually had like superior technology. Like for example, like when you look at like Zeus, for example, even the concept of electricity, when you read the likes of Plato and like the intelligentsia, like they basically look at the gods like these are like divine principles and it's like an objective law or whatever, which means if they're worshiping Zeus as their head honcho, that to me tells me like they were able to crack the power of electricity.
You sound like me when I was Gnostic.
Say that again?
He sounds like me when I was Gnostic.
Like when the people like worship Zeus, it's like they're bowing down because they're like they think he's a flying spaghetti monster or whatever. You know what I mean? But in actuality, like the intelligentsia or the elite, like they were able to actually use electricity as a power source, and that's why they made Zeus their number one god.
So the similar concept that I get to with that is like the Vimanas and the Indian Hindu myths. Like these things were basically the chariots of the gods, and like that's why we get all the Vonnegut stuff and like the other alternative history that we get. It seems really interesting to us because we're looking at it through a modern lens, but it's very reasonably explained when you don't put the woo-woo on it.
But don't you think they wanted to know what the truth was?
Who?
Back then when they saw like some shit in the sky and they're like, oh, that's chariot of the gods. They were always trying to explain.
Yeah,
right?
and I'm not saying they didn't see something. It just may not have been what was depicted or what was described. Like, this is something that we're getting way down the line. And, like, ultimately, I think we would have had something geologically or whatever that we would have dug up to find, like, oh, they did see some shit. So whatever they saw wasn't anything out of the ordinary, or else we would have located it by this point. If it was something that was, working in the way that they said it did. But kind of similar like to the Bible story about the flood, or not the flood, the enslavement of the Hebrew people in Israel and Egypt.
Like Moses and the parting of the Red Sea.
There's no pottery or any archaeological proof that there was a grouping of Israelites in Egypt at any time period.
Oh, I have a whole thing on like Amon Hillman and all this kind of stuff, and he says that the Septuagint was originally written in Greek and like Hebrew is just an invented language. You know what I mean? Like they basically just kind of like retcon the true history and all this kind of shit, because the point you're making there, like there's no pottery, there's no writings, there's no like Hebrew philosophers and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
This proves it.
Yeah, but there would have been influences from these people based on other settlements that they had that were much further away, closer to Canaan during the time period this is supposed to be taking place. So they can find their pottery there, but they can't find it in Egypt.
Yeah. So it's like they're like basically like Amon Hillman makes the case that like the Septuagint was like written in Greek, like by the Greeks, and then like they basically gave that to like a Hebrew tribe or whatever, and they basically like taught them like ancient Greek concepts, like for their language kind of thing, and then basically built their story from there. But like like what kind of like supports this is like when you look at like ancient Greek and how it like dominated with the Romans. Like the Romans militarily conquered Greece, but like they like the Roman elites all spoke Greek because Greek had so much different meanings and concepts that like was just foreign to the Roman language. They did not have words for it. They did not know about these concepts. If I'm trying to explain, let's say you're kind of let's say you're English and I'm, let's say from like 1,000 years in the future, and I have some different language or whatever. I'm gonna have certain concepts and certain meanings that you're gonna be like, no, like that's not real, or I don't even know what that means, because there's not going to be words for it in the English language. A quick example is like, for example, like a restaurant. Like that was not a British concept whatsoever until they started intermingling with the French, and then they were like, okay, the French have this concept of like a restaurant, so they just literally just took the word, and so you have restaurant in English, whereas like that originally originated from France.
Right, the etymology of the words.
Yeah, so it's like and when you look at like the fact that the ancient Greek, like the New Testament is written in ancient Greek. It supports that theory of it was actually the Greeks that spread it to the Jews, and then from there you had the rebellion, which one could say was caused by the Greeks in terms of the whole social engineering that they've done, especially when you look into like Plato and Aristotle and all this kind of thing. That would kind of like I said, tying into your whole thing of like with the stuff that's in the Bible doesn't seem to be true, or like in terms of correspond with the archaeological stuff. Like I would argue that it's like, even if the stories are made up, it's this whole aspect of the noble lie. You know what I mean? Where it's like these are mythologies, these are like Marvel or the comic book heroes, but from like the story of Spider-Man, it gives, let's say, the teenage boy like some sort of story to kind of like say like, you're going to be going through weird experiences, you're going to be getting these quote unquote superpowers, you have like this body senses, which is basically just intuition. You know what I mean? These different things being able to explain this to the person through that story, and from that you get the wisdom, or like the higher truth.
I can agree with some of that. That's why I appreciate, to a degree, the religions, because there's a through line of where we can see we were making attempts at trying to get to truth, moral arguments, ideas, concepts, all these things. So a lot of what the Bible took came from the ancient Sumerian stuff. So like the fact that the original, like the earliest text known to humankind was the Enuma Elish, and it said that some being showed up on this planet, found species on this planet, and formed a slave class called the Adamu to mine gold for them. And there's also a flood myth, but in this case it's not an ark, but it was a cube. So you take the hits from one and then you move it on to the next, and they're borrowed and moved around to where you get the best poetic argument or the best like presentation of these concepts. It doesn't mean they're necessarily true, but they're good for that society to give them something to aspire to, something to think about. They're good stories.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with, like, for example, like the Platonic forms. Because if you try to go from like if you go to like the abstract or like the super rational, like you basically have no grounding for anything. You know what I mean? And like the average person cannot like be in that state, because it's a state of like uncertainty, of like, or of pure unknowing. You know what I mean? It's like the Socrates, like the only thing I know is that I know nothing. You know what I mean? Average person can't really exist in that state. Whereas if you have some sort of life raft or some sort of grounding to it, then from there you can go, okay, well, there is a perfect aspect of the triangle, even though there's no perfect triangle in reality, or like there's no such thing as a 2D triangle in reality, because reality is all made from atoms, which are 3D and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So
Well, that's why I reject that. Like the idea of Platonic realism is why I reject like the non-contingent arguments. Because like when it comes down to like what is the essence of a chair, well, there's a perfect chair somewhere, the concept of a perfect chair, and all other chairs draw from like I can't with that.
But do we not
Like
do the
the
same thing in
necessary
programming?
criteria of a chair.
But do we not do the same thing in programming, where it's like we have a class, for example, and like the class could be like a student, and that just encapsulates what we are identifying as a student.
Yeah, there's base concepts of the like a functional definition is like literally what it comes down to. And so when we're looking for like what best comports with what the Platonic ideal of the perfect form of this is, we're trying to find the most chair, when really the best way to deal with a definition is what constitutes a functional definition. So is a table a chair? It has 4 legs. You can sit on it. Oh, does it have to have a back? Well, so if it doesn't have a back, it's not a chair. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
If you knew the absolute truth, would it change your perception of reality?
It would absolutely have to.
Would you admit that it was absolute? Like, would you submit to it being the truth?
If it was absolute, I wouldn't have a choice but to.
Okay.
Like, by the hypothetical, I'm acknowledging it is the absolute truth, so there's no other truth to glean beyond that truth in itself. So based on the hypothetical, I would have to be a liar to say I've not been presented with the absolute truth. And having that would fundamentally change the way I view everything.
How do you discern what the absolute truth is?
I don't know.
Sorry,
So, Dart,
I was
now
doing
you-
laundry, so I was hearing your guys's, and I couldn't fucking interject. So
yeah, but you just kind of like relay the kind of like the meaning behind the points you're making, if you get me.
Oh,
I'm gonna go to bed. Thank you for having me by. It's been good chatting with
Yeah.
you. And Dart, like, no love lost with you, my dude. You're great.
No,
to
I
talk to.
just for sure. Same with you, man.
Go have a good night.
You're awesome.
100% appreciate you stopping by, Kai. But yeah, like I said, like the thing for me is basically there is a way to dig at the truth. You know what I mean? That's why we have the essence of the concept of logic and like the laws of logic and all this kind of stuff. And like the whole thing of like standing to reason and all this kind of stuff. And like again, nothing's like perfect or like this like what we call absolute truth or what the Buddhists would call ultimate truth, or to be all knowing. You know what I mean? Like there's obviously it's impossible to be all knowing. Like this is the whole thing of like when Socrates is saying the only thing I know is that I know nothing, or like what's actually being said is that like you cannot know everything. You know what I mean? But from, like I said, dialogue, you'd be able to actually drill down and discover more truth, or like truth will be revealed to you in terms of that essence. And I think that the fact that we have, yeah, go ahead.
That's kind of why I know it seems like I'm trolling, but really it's causing me to be challenged. I'm not saying I believe all that shit. I'm just, it's the challenge of it, right? If
Yeah,
that makes
100%. But it's just if you go down kind of like if you're going down like a certain kind of like avenue with someone, and you're kind of saying, okay, like you're doing, let's say, this Socratic method, and you're going, okay, well then what's this, and then you go down to this. Like when you get to like that end point where they've basically like answered the question, and then it's like the sign thing, that's the perfect moment for you to then kick in and kind of say like the reason why we're going down this is because it implies this, and then you basically kind of say like here's where the contradiction is, or here's where the other thing is. You know what I mean? Or like here's like to kind of to either bring it back to the main question, given that they've answered these questions, how does this map up back onto the original point, or this actually brings us on to a new point, which then they'd have to solve from there. You know what I mean? And from my aspect at least, it's what I kept trying to like point back to in terms of our debate as well, was like, in order to even critique a position, you have to hold like logic as a valid form, or like as a valuable tool to assess whether or not what's being said is true. You know what I mean? And it's like it's impossible to escape from that. It's like a the foundational aspect of truth, or it presupposes. Do you know what I mean? And like that's why I kept saying it's like in terms of like motion, like that's like the empirical side to it, where like you cannot, like, to even deny motion, like to say that there is no motion or motion is an illusion, to make that statement requires motion. You know what I mean? It's like a self-refuting thing, but unfortunately, like just saying that to someone isn't enough. They have to get there themselves. That's why I keep saying, or my new catchphrase is, truth is not always written. Like I can't write I can't write out the philosophy for you. Like this is what Plato even argues as well, where it's like, you're not going to find my philosophy on some sort of like letter or some sort of like thing. Like I cannot map out the philosophy that I have. You have to get there yourself. And that might seem unfair or whatever, but it's what would be the best way of describing it? It's like,
no, I think that's actually kind of where I'm coming around to. It's just like, I can't explain exactly why I think A is A, right? I mean, I can logically, but it doesn't matter how much I explain it if you don't believe that. Is that kind of similar?
yeah, like I was trying to give the example of, like, let's say I'm a slave, and like you're trying to teach me that it's like, no, you actually have a choice. And I'm like, no, like I do what master says. That's the way it's always been. That's always that's the way it will always be. You know what I mean? And that's why, like, slavery is a mentality. Slavery is not like you can put a man in a camp. But what's the movie? It's with like Eddie Murphy and another black dude.
Bernie Max. I know what you're talking about. Fuck, I can't think of the name.
It's a brilliant film.
But they were part of the chain gang. Fuck.
Yeah, and they take a trip down to like rural America, like they're basically city boys. They take a trip down to rural America, and then they find out it's like, oh shit, this is the life. That's what it is.
Yep.
My man. Also, shout out as well to William for reminding me, chat, we need $10 to extend for another hour. If not, we will be wrapping up. I'm testing out this whole kind of like, rather than do the grift breaks, let's just say straight up, this is extensions, baby. We need to keep extending this cope. You want to continue to hear me cope, make sure you get it in. You know what I'm saying? But the also, just to remind you, because I don't know what you heard.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show ain't free, folks. And like me out here, like being accused of being a Christian, all stuff. Like, was I not defending Christian principles, even though I'm not a Christian?
How in the world is a dying, lost world ever going to hear the gospel if we don't have some Christians that's got some money in their pockets to propagate it?
We need some propagation, you know what I'm saying? But in that movie, Life, right? Like, the reason why those dudes, or like the Eddie Murphy's character particularly, like was not a slave. Like, he had that kind of embedded into his head that like he will never be a slave again because of all the folklore of like his ancestors being slaves and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So he would never concede that mentality to just accepting that he's just going to follow orders for the rest of his life. And that's why it was such a key thing that like it's the thing. And like you even see it like with like modern day, like the average black dude is like, I ain't gonna do shit. Fuck all this shit, all this kind of stuff, because it's like that natural thing to be like, no, I'm my own man. I'm the arbiter of my own destiny and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? But it's not just about being free. You have to have nobility. You have to like tie that into some sort of rules. Like the whole aspect of like having no rules means that there's no purpose. There's nothing to actually pursue. But ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, we have another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. K Mangoes. Welcome to the show.
Hey guys, that was very interesting conversation going on tonight. I was enjoying listening to it. That Leafy guy's, I like what he's got. He's pretty cool.
I agree.
He's actually fair and he's reasonable. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's why like I wanted to make sure I done a debate with him, because he's actually like really good crack.
Yeah, and bravo on your end too. Like, you're able to take that, because I heard you, you know, and Yeah, you were able to take shit to a different direction, unthought of the conventional way of how you would debate. Even you say like I'm testing new things out. So I'll give you credit on that, dude. You know how to fucking do that shit. Pretty, I'll give you credit, man.
100%, bro. Any hot topics, things on the top of your mind, anything like that?
Oh, no, I just got done with my job. I'm just waiting to clock out. So, um, I don't got much, to start up. I had one, an idea, but it just withered away.
Hey, it happens, bro. It happens. What about around? Well, EOD in chat is helping us out. My man says Trump about to invade Cuba. That's the topic. Should America give Cuba the Venezuela treatment?
Darth, you want to start off, or because I gotta take, but it's not, I'll let you go first, man.
I have no information on it. I could Google it, but I kind of don't care.
Yeah, it's if he, well, not only just that too, EOD, he has like Marines getting ready to fucking go ahead and put boots on the ground on one of the islands in the Strait of Hormuz. So it's like Trump is just flexing military might, even though, this becomes problematic for people who voted in part voted for Trump for the reason that, no new wars. That was part of his big campaign, and he's just, using the military as the commander in chief, and that's like, I want to hear those people, their opinions on it. I'm pretty sure that they're getting blackpilled, continuously with Trump. First it was the Epstein files that he ran on the campaign to release, and he said it was a hoax, and the act of Congress he was forced to release. But it's not. And then the no new wars thing, he's doing multiple engagements and shit. And
Is there a question here somewhere?
A what?
Is there a question?
No, I'm just giving my thoughts on the matter. It's like a black pill. I would assume, that a portion of people who voted for Trump are being blackpilled continuously because he's not following some of his campaign promises that he said he would do if you voted for him.
Teriak?
Yeah, so like in terms of the, like if I was to say to you that like this whole Iran stuff that he's doing will lead to them potentially wiping off the US national debt, would then it be justified?
Oh yeah, I'll go ahead and take a hard stance, but it's highly. I wouldn't say that that's the reason to do it anyways, because that's a very slim, like the debate you said that I had with Darth, like you said that you can't base an argument on the potential. Fuck, man, it's like a very small percentage, and you can't base your argument on that. Like you remember what that's what I'm saying about that with the idea that it could wipe the national debt off. It's like it's very small percentage chance that it will happen. You know what I mean? And it's just it's not a good reason to do it anyways.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is like as the voter, right?
Yeah.
Like, even from Trump's perspective as well, like ain't shit you's gonna do until the midterms anyway. You know what I mean? So like Trump basically has a free, like a hall pass until at least the midterms. You know what I mean? But just before the midterms, if Trump came out and said, listen, Iran's done, we're actually finished up in Iran, Israel's going to manage the situation in terms of that, but basically the Persians have risen up, the Kurds have risen up and all this stuff, and Iran's in a much better place, and also we secured all these deals for our oil companies and all this kind of shit, and that's all going to be funneled through. And now they're accepting Bitcoin and for oil payment and the thing, which means that strategic Bitcoin reserve that we had was about at let's say 10 trillion. It's now 30 trillion. Like we've sold off. Like he basically kind of like there's this whole plan where we sold off certain amounts of gold, we sold off certain oil reserves, all this stuff. And we did have 10 trillion in the Bitcoin fund. Now it's actually 30 trillion in the Bitcoin fund. And that's basically enough to wipe out the US national debt. And all of that was because of this conflict in Iran. Would you then say, you know what, Trump, we're voting red. We got you all the way.
Oh, now I've been okay. I couldn't understand what you keep bringing. Okay, now I understand. You're saying that making all these deals, make the money, use Bitcoin as a multiplier for that sum of money to knock off the debt. Oh, now I fully understand. That's a fucking genius plan. Okay, I'm sorry if I didn't catch on to that.
Bitches.
No,
Yes.
that's a fucking. Well, if let's put it this way, if he can pull it off, then we. Okay, I'm sorry. How about this? Does this work? EOD, fair
Shout out
question,
to EOD
man.
for the $2. Appreciate you, Connie, sir.
But let's just say in the hypothetical, if it fucking works and he does that, we should rule the world. I'll just leave it.
Are you implying
I'm
that we-
trolling?
Hold on.
I'm trolling.
We already do. That would just make us better.
Oh fuck yeah, we could have more Dorito bomb planes. You know what I mean?
Well, that brings us
But,
onto the part, like, should America become an empire?
we already are an empire.
That's what I was gonna say too.
But
Yeah,
like
we got
officially.
thousands of. Go on. Yeah, no, we are. We're. It's not like the American Empire, like how it was known as the British Empire prior till the 20th century. But you don't need a name of something for it to stick. Like I understand the law of identity, but if you have a word for something that is not the same for the definition, but the characteristics and the philosophical definition fit, it still is. Like imperialism, like we still exercise a form of imperialism. We don't call it direct imperialism, but there's forms of imperialism that still exist today, and so on. If that makes any sense.
Can I ask a serious question?
Sure.
Of course.
Is this a Sith reference?
Oh.
No, like I mean in terms of like America, like actually becoming an empire. So they basically say like Ireland, you're now a state of America. England, not so sure. Greenland, you're in. Canada, you're in. Like, should America do that?
Well, that's a global government at that point.
If necessary, would be my threshold on that.
Well, do we accomplish that by force or invitation?
How does anybody accomplish anything?
So you're saying that through force?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Necessary. So I mean, the threshold of what necessity is.
And when that, so yeah, okay. So if we were able to pull off paying the national debt through the Trump Bitcoin plan, I don't know. I want to be careful how I word this with you because I don't want to run the potential of straw manning or misunderstanding your argument. You know what I mean? Like, if that makes any sense, Darth, because I'm trying to word this carefully because this can go into a very dark place if what I'm thinking is true, Again, that's why I want to figure out what exactly you're entailing. Like,
well, I'm coming at it from a Star Wars angle, right? The Empire, right? I mean, it is an easy parallel to make, right?
Right, because you want peace and order throughout the whole world so they can prosper, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I understand that. It's just the issue that I have with an idea like that is that that's like the preconception of a global government, and I'm against that idea. And that's the only thing. I like the idea to have peace and order. I get that, and there's different ways through other than force to do so. Like you give them an option, they say no. Okay, let them make their mistakes and let them starve to death, and then be like, okay, maybe the alternative is a good idea. Let them go through their own growing pains before coming to that conclusion, not by forcing them into that conclusion.
That's where I agree with you about the peace part. There is no peace. There's law and order. Peace is not part of that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's exactly so because the dark place is that's exactly what Hitler was saying. Like, we should have peace and order for the better of every man in Germany. That's exactly like the Adolf Hitler argument, because he wanted to rule the world for the same reasons that is being presented. If I'm strawmanning your position, go ahead and correct that, and I'll go from there.
Well, this is going to sound trolly, but I'm literally going off of the Sith code.
Okay. So you're half being serious and half joking around, right?
Well, yeah, it's fun.
Okay. I'll go ahead and leave it there then. I don't want to misrepresent your argument or something.
All right, can I read you the Sith code?
Yeah, go for it, dude. I don't know the Sith code, but go ahead, man. Share.
And just real quick before you do, Williams point out in chat, we need $8 more if we want to extend the show. We only got 10 minutes left. But Art, give us the Sith code. Let us all join the dark side. Brothers and sisters, bow your head.
Indeed.
Listen to the dark
Join the Sith. Peace is a lie. There is only passion. Through passion I gain strength. Through strength I gain power. Through power I gain victory. Through victory my chains are broken. The force shall set me free.
Okay. I'm going to go look that up so I can remember that. Peace is a lie. Huh.
It is.
That sounds like a constant state of chaos.
Well, if you take the first line.
Go on, dude.
But if you take the first line, peace is a lie, there is only passion. The reason for that, just that line, is because as long as passion exists, there will never be peace.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because passion can equate to religious beliefs and values, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can. Okay, I understand. Now, is that the objective interpretation of that, or is that your interpretation, or both? I mean, I'm actually genuinely asking.
I'm a huge Star Wars nerd. The whole rule of two, my name is based off of Darth Bane, who established the rule of two. So, I mean, I could go hardcore in the nerd Star Wars lore, but we're actually right. Darth Bane actually killed all the Sith because he's like, as long as there's infighting, none of us will ever be strong. So he killed him. And then he took on an apprentice. That's the rule of two.
All right.
One to have the power and one to crave it.
One has the power. That almost sounds very similar to like death and destruction, like death and rebirth, the yin and the yang idea.
But if you look up the Jedi fucking code, that shit's lame as fuck. Like,
all right, man. You know more about this than I do. I can't.
As a kid, I thought the Jedi were awesome, but logically, the Sith are right.
Oh, I gotta hear that idea. Like hear that because I've always looked at it as the Sith, the Sith is the Third Reich because of the fact that they wanted domination and conquering of all the worlds to bring peace and and peace and order because that's exactly what the Chancellor was saying to the assembly, and anytime you hear rhetoric like that, that always means that one entity establishment of whatever, like world or galaxy or anything like that. But no, I'm really intrigued to hear that now,
No, it changes the whole shit if you watch the movies with like that perspective. Yeah. I know all the like Clone Wars. I've read all the comic books, all the books.
Oh fuck, okay. No, I can't wait to hear. No, honestly, I can't wait to hear why you think that the Jedi is like the Third Reich. No, I can't wait for that day to hear that because I honestly would be open ears to that one and think about that because I think it's fun to get into that I think it's fun. Like let me hear your it's pretty I'm a nerd, but not that much of a nerd like you on Star Wars.
Yeah, what's the Jedi's code?
I got you. This is why I hate this so much. There is no light without the dark. Through passion, I gain focus. Through knowledge, I gain power. Through serenity, I gain strength. Through victory, I gain harmony. There's only the Force.
Through victory, I gain what?
Through victory, I gain harmony.
But is that not the same as the Sith code?
Yeah. It's the exact opposite. And the Mandalorians also have a code.
Damn. All these different codes. Also, chat, we only got 10 minutes left. Just letting you know. But, because, like, here's the thing, right? Like, we've been fed so much shit in our life. It's hard to kind of, like, recognize, like, okay, like, what's the actual thing we should follow and all that stuff. For example, like many of you will like hear me like talk about Heraclitus, the flux and all this kind of stuff. But like one of like Heraclitus' most famous quotes, and like he lived in a place called Ephesus, right? And one of his statements was, "Every man in Ephesus should be hung, and the city should be left to the children." You know what I mean? Which you're kind of going, holy fuck! Like imagine like someone saying every man in fucking New York should be hung and the city should be left to the children. What he means by that is that, like, basically what happened in Ephesus was there was a democratic revolt against the Persian leaders, right? Like they'd set up like a nobility thing and all this kind of shit, and then the people, like technically the Greeks, but the people of Ephesus like rose up and they done a whole democratic thing and all this kind of shit. And like he was basically so pissed off by it, like that, like these retards thought that they knew better than actual like people who were like philosophers and like educated and all this kind of shit. He was basically like demanding, because like the Persian court like wrote to him and said, we want you to come to our court and like actually like dictate policy and help like think of like King Arthur and the Round Table. Like King Arthur basically sent Heraclitus a message saying, come to my court and like be a magi, like be a wise man and like actually instruct like policy and all this kind of shit. And he said, no, fuck that shit. Come back and reconquer Ephesus and then we'll talk. You know what I mean? Because these people are a bunch of retards and they think they know better when they don't. It's like it's all ignorance it's like the blind leading the blind. You know what I mean? And that's where you get this whole mythos of the sovereign and the noble. The noble have to adhere to a sovereign. And if the noble is going to betray their sovereign to defeat an enemy, well, then you've already lost the battle. Because what are you fighting for? You're no longer fighting for the sovereign, which makes you no worse, no better than your own enemy. Because you're not fighting for a principle, you're just fighting for yourself. Which even in the Star Wars that Darth was saying there, it's like at least the Sith have a code that they live by. At least the Jedi have a code that they live by. If you're to tell me that your code is that you have no code, that's not a code.
Although with the Sith, though, the code ended up fucking them.
True. There can be bad codes, there can be good codes. but at least you're willing to fight and die for something. You know what I mean? What is the atheist fighting for?
That's something I don't understand. And every time I question that, it's like trying to catch an eel. It's slippery. It's like if you have nothing, it comes down to harm principle at the end of the day. But they don't want to admit that, which is annoying as shit.
But like that, like that's a real question that like people need to start asking themselves, because we are about to engage in what seems like a worldwide conflict. Well, go ahead, Mangos.
I know we ain't got much time left, so I'm trying to word this carefully so I can get information from this because from what I understand, you're saying that atheism has no, like, people who believe in atheism really has no moral standing in anything. So because of that, they contradict themselves in any intellectual conversation. Am I correct on that?
To a degree, but I would also add the caveat, Mangos, that I think that a lot of people call themselves atheists when they're not atheists. You know what I mean? It'd be like for me saying I'm not a Christian. Sorry, I am a Christian, but I don't follow Jesus. Like, you're calling yourself a Christian, but you're not actually a Christian. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's like a false category at that point. Because the point of being Christian is to follow Jesus's ways and
you know what I mean?
adhering
and
to
like
God.
that's what I'm saying with Jeremy saying with his example question, where it's like, oh, I have an atheist, but he has like the Christian ethics as his objective framework that he points to. But then my brother in Christ, he's not an atheist. He's a Christian.
Yeah, like where my mind goes is that you're saying that people who are atheists or claim to be atheists has no moral compass, therefore they have no moral relevance.
Yeah, they should have no moral compass, but they'll claim that they do. And oftentimes you like once you kind of like drill it down, it's basically Christian ethics is what they actually believe in. But they deny that and they just call themselves an atheist when they're not actually an atheist. And my whole thing is to like expose atheism for what it truly is. And so that, like, cause like I said, when these people call themselves atheists, like for example, when Jeremy and King call themselves atheists, I'd be like, you're not atheist. I mean, like that would be my counter. And then they'd be saying, how dare you say what I am and what I am? And I'm like, yeah, but in terms of like the criteria of what an atheist is, like if you go back to like what Plato will talk about in terms of atheists, or like Heraclitus when they talk about atheists, like they literally like the people who just follow blindly and just like worship Zeus and all this kind of shit. They're like, those people are stupid, but the atheist is even more retarded than those people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like think of like the Nala Ray. Like the Nala Ray would be seen as more intelligent because at least she believes in the concept of a god than like an atheist, because an atheist doesn't even believe in that. Like a higher principle. You know what I mean?
So if I'm straw man, again, I'm trying to be very careful now because I'm not in debate mode right now. You know, I'm actually chill and calm. So where my say what?
Nobody's stacking you.
Oh, I know. I get it. I appreciate that. Thank you, Saw. Well, I just don't want to straw man when I'm saying, I forgot what I was going to say. I got lost with my own words.
Steelman. Boy. You want to steelman? Like, what your position?
No, I don't want to straw man Terry X. Like what he's saying. Because I'm trying to understand more. Because you guys already know that I'm taking the constitutional route, because that, like in American civics, you have to ground your political discourse through the Constitution, right? So, but that's established. Now I'm more trying to engage of more the philosophical area where Teriak is speaking to.
Speaking of which, we got to.
Isn't the Constitution philosophical?
I'll tell you what else is philosophical. He means that we're going another hour, folks. So let me reset
Fuck
the
yeah,
timer.
because I'm ready to hear this argument, But you asked me, Darth, is that the Constitution is philosophical, and I would say, yeah, because it's a living document. If that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm. And what was the philosophy that they ended up settling on?
That now this is interesting. So correct me if I'm wrong. All right? I want to give it my best shot. The philosophy of the Constitution was basically twofolds. One, that the Constitution is based on giving the inherent right of the individual given by God, and number two, that the Constitution gives the people the power to rule the government, not the government ruling the people. Yeah.
Yep, but there's a very distinct distinction.
No, go for it. Yeah.
You said it already. You made my point. I win.
No, I mean,
speak about winning.
You want here? I'll send you a cookie. I'll give you a cookie. Okay.
We'll even give you a clip as well.
Oh shit! I just realized too. All right, it's 4:30, guys. Oh shit! Right on the button. William's like, I'm not letting that. I'm not letting that.
Get it. That's high praise from William. Like if ever William asks, say, "Oh, play my clip for that person," that means it's high praise. So shout out to you, Darth.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, Mangos.
Thank you, William.
No, I mean, what part, like, distinguish difference? Help me understand that.
So when they were framing the Constitution, they all disagreed because they all had different opinions on religion. But one thing they did agree on is that there had to be a distinction of God over man. Otherwise, it all didn't make sense logically. And they hated it. They fucking hated that shit. Like, they were like, this is bullshit, but there's no other way.
So basically, you're saying that all beliefs in the Constitution is rooted in God.
Logic.
Yeah. Logically.
Ding, 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 ding. And like this is the whole thing of like why they fucking hate it and why they were so frustrated by it, because they literally had a whole war to get rid of this whole concept of the sovereignty and the nobility, and they basically ended up with the exact same thing. That this doesn't work if these people are not religious and moral. This whole constitution will not work, and that's why like this is basically a 250-year experiment.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the issue. This is where I keep throwing Article 6 out there. Like they can say that it's preferable for people that is rooted into a belief in a religion that adheres to a deity for moral purposes, but they understand that even though that it's preferable to have people in leadership that has grounding, let's say for Christian ethics, for an example, by excluding people that don't agree with their theistic beliefs, like let's say in Christianity, they'll be doing the same thing as their oppressors back in England. Like when the Church of England mandated that, hey, you can't worship the version of Christianity outside of what the Church of England mandates.
No,
that's the reason why it's there.
That's why they worded it the way they did. That's why they worded it the way they did. Because they hated that shit. They're like, oh, fuck this, we're out, right? I mean, I know I'm saying this like dumbly, but when we left Europe, we were like, fuck you, we're out. I'm gonna throw some tea into the bay. Fuck your rules. And then when it came time to make their own rules, our rules, They did not want the establishment of religion. Now they did on the state level, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you should be able to practice your own shit, regardless of what that is.
Yeah,
Kinda.
basically what they wanted to prevent, like, sectarian war breaking out.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So that's why they went so hard over like don't infringe on like religions, all this kind of shit. Because like fundamentally, what they want to point out was that like you're all fucking Christians, you all believe in an objective reality. That's the main thing you should be focusing on. You know what I mean? So that's why they're like, okay, we need to make it secular. So then there's no denomination that's getting favored over the other, and we're not going to have sectarian violence break out. This is like where Russia is also a secular nation. You know what I mean? But 66% of like Russians are Orthodox. You know what I mean? But like you cannot escape from this. There needs to be some sort of sovereign or some sort of higher power at play. Otherwise, it just comes down to the whims or the opinion of whoever's in charge at the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, I understand that you got. I don't. It just seems. I could understand the philosophical side of where you're getting at, Teriak. I understand that it, correct me if I'm wrong, that you two would just reject the constitutional side of that, of the debate, though. That's, Darth, you're cutting in and out, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm just saying I believe in the Constitution, definitely.
But okay. So you're basically just making a philosophical argument where that's incorrect because it doesn't serve the nation good, right?
No.
Oh, you're not saying okay. Because if you did, I'll say okay, fair enough. I was going to leave it there with you, because I can understand that if you don't agree with the Constitution, give me a good argument, But I think that that's not what you're going with.
My bad if I'm beating around the bush.
It's all right, dude.
My point is only that the people who wrote the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence were actually trying to separate religion from it. And the logical conclusion they came to was there has to be an authority.
Oh, okay. I think I fully understand now. Okay. And they hated that. Okay. Right.
Yeah,
right.
Cool.
Okay.
But it was the logical conclusion.
Right. Okay.
Or at least they thought. I mean, I'm not speaking for them. I'm just, you know what I mean?
Well, no, I would say that has a point. There's during the Constitution Convention, they discuss a lot of things that they hated, and they put in what was best for the country because they believed in a union, not a confederation that failed, So, I mean, I can understand. I can understand where you're coming from. God damn it, man, I'm coughing too much tonight. I hope I'm not getting sick. I'll be pissed.
That would suck.
No. It would, because it's less money and, not good when you need to pay bills and shit, Yeah. Like, okay.
You see my point, though?
No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. That's why I'm not going hard right now because, I actually want to hear your side on that since I've already established my side, And I think that,
When you were talking about relativity earlier, it's relative. It's like compared to what? If you don't have like something to compare it to, that doesn't really make sense. Like there has to be a truth, right?
While we're on that, go ahead and okay. So when Shiva had his birthday stream with on Speakeasy, it's like at the ending of it, there's like a lot of philosophy that was going into, that I was very ignorant on, And like moral relativism, positivism, like there's just so many fucking it's crazy. So for the purpose of the debate earlier that Teriak had, can you guys tell me more about moral relativism? Like, what is it? How it functions? How to spot in society? And tie that of why they shouldn't hold public office. I'm genuinely asking a question here so I can learn from this.
You want me to take
Yeah, so
this
an
one?
issue. Actually, yeah, you go ahead, Darth.
Well, in my opinion, it kind of comes down to the harm principle, which is like what atheists cling to. Like, it's bad if it's harmful, it's good if it's positive, but like, if you don't have a fucking moral framework, then that's bullshit. Right? I mean, we can get into harm principle and how stupid that shit is.
And the harm principle is?
Hurt bad. Feel good, good.
Oh, right. If it doesn't hurt anybody, leave me be. But if it feels good, then everybody should benefit, right?
Yep.
Okay.
That's retarded.
And how does that line to moral relativism? Because it's like an extension of atheism or a secular belief?
They can't derive morals from that.
Oh.
Right? At least the Sith code like kind of defines sort of, right?
So am I understanding that moral relativism can be or is an extension of atheistic beliefs?
I wouldn't make an absolute on that, but I don't think atheists have actually made a good argument for where they derive their morals.
No, fair enough. Again, I'm literally trying to understand. Not because I don't agree or disagree, it's just because I honestly don't know.
No, I know. I'm not trying to be a dick either or evasive. I'm being authentic and answering. I have to think.
Yeah. Teriak, you want to give it a whack?
Well, we got another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Shiva's gonna come on panel. Welcome to the show, Shiva.
Hi, Shiva. How you doing, friend?
Chest and face. How am I doing? Let's say I'm doing fine. Thanks.
I hope you're doing good, man. I hope you're doing okay and well.
Yeah, I'm okay.
I'll leave it alone now.
It was interesting
go ahead.
hearing your conversation on the chat. It always makes me laugh when theists claim that atheists have no moral foundation.
Yeah, you have no sovereign.
We have no. Well, that's not the same thing.
Okay, then what would be sovereign for you, or how do you define a sovereign?
Well, hang on. Wait. Are you saying that having a sovereign is the same as having a moral foundation? Like, what? How are you using the word sovereign here?
It would be what you'd point towards to ground or to provide the justification for.
Okay. Again, you're using the word ground in a way that I don't understand. I don't understand how you ground morals. What does that mean?
Yeah, so like if you're saying, if morality is just subjective, right? Then you don't
Right.
really need to ground it in anything. Then there's not really an
Well,
objective.
yeah, okay.
Like,
if I ask you
like
what
your favorite
grounding
colour.
means, just repeating the word grounding isn't helping me. I need more information.
Yeah, so like for example, like I don't need to justify like my favorite color because it's subjective.
Right.
But if I was to make the claim that like there is an objective like best color, I mean, I need a justification or a grounding for it.
Right.
So like
Right.
I'm using like grounding as in a justification.
That's not what grounding means, but okay, we'll go with your half-assed preset version of grounding. So you're saying you're using grounding not in the sense of ontological dependency, but in the sense of how do you justify the existence of this thing, this phenomena? Is that how you're using it?
I wish I could eat that word salad you just displayed.
Great.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Tell me what grounding is.
To give,
And then we can dispense with the word salad.
to give something abstract a firm theoretical or practical basis.
A firm theoretical, right, or practical basis. So, okay, it sounds like you're reading that, which is fine. I don't have an issue with people reading things. Can you read that out again?
Yeah, so give something abstract. So you're giving something that's abstract a firm theoretical or practical basis.
A firm theoretical or
just what's
base,
your
right? Those are
definition
two
now?
very different. Those are two very different things: theory and practice, right? Because
Okay, so
theory
then
you
what-
can just do
what
in
would
your
be your
head.
definition then?
Well, okay, but theory you can just look. It's not me that's making the demand.
Yeah, no, you're
It's
the one that
you.
made the issue off. You're not making you're
What?
not using grounding correctly.
Yeah,
so
because
then we
wait,
can just
the
use your
reason
definition.
why, Teriak, is because I keep being asked by presuppositionalists to do something that I don't think they understand what they're asking, and two, seems to be impossible. Right?
So what do you mean by grounding?
Exactly. What do you mean by grounding? I'm not using the word.
Yeah, but you made the claim that I wasn't using it correctly.
Yeah, I my understanding of the word grounding is that it refers to ontological dependency, right? So I have a wooden desk that's grounded in wood planks, right? That will be grounded in, I don't know, let's say oak, and that's going to be grounded in the molecule chains that make oak different from, say, pine trees, right? And then that's going to be grounded in the specific atoms that go up to make those molecule chains. That's what grounding is in philosophy. Presuppers use it in this fucking half-assed way where they're like, how do you ground these things that don't require grounding? And then when you say that's a bit odd that you're asking that, what does that even fucking mean? They act as if you're the idiot.
But how do magnets work?
How do magnets work? You should probably ask a physicist.
Sorry, man.
I've got like
I
a
love
lay
Shiva,
person's
man.
knowledge.
I
I have like a
don't
lay
understand.
person's knowledge of everything. So whatever you're going to ask me, if it's something technical, like I know what the average Muppet knows.
I was unaware we were going to talk to the truth tonight. I have a lot of questions.
Oh, wait. I don't claim to know the truth. I am, just to be clear, I am just an English idiot spouting nonsense on the internet.
I know, I was joking. I still have a lot of questions.
I wasn't.
I don't
So when
think
you
you're an
say-
idiot, Shiva.
When you say, how do you ground morals? Like, to me, the question seems meaningless. And like, it seems to me that it's kind of faulty because it assumes that morals are a phenomena that can be grounded.
So you're saying it can't be grounded?
Well, the question seems faulty. I mean, I suppose I would say you could ground morals in human action, which you could probably ground in thought processes, which, I mean, I don't know how reductive you want to get. You could maybe ground those in brain functions, but it depends on how reductive you want to get about consciousness. I wouldn't necessarily want to go that far, perhaps. Like, do you see what I mean? Like, that's how grounding should work. You're saying what is required for this thing to exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like, what's required for morals to exist are moral agents who can act.
I actually question reality all the time, and I think perspective and like experience through your own eyes is like the loneliest, weirdest thing.
As opposed to, how do you experience something through somebody else's eyes?
Exactly. There's nothing else. This is it.
So
I'm the only.
We agree that asking people to ground morals is a bit silly.
No one's going to answer that question.
I'm thinking. I didn't say I wasn't going to answer it. I was thinking.
Oh.
Still thinking.
Are you thinking, Teriak?
Also, I think you kind of misrepresented the harm principle or the non-harm principle, which isn't if it feels bad, then it's harm. I think I would define it as if the detriments to a given action outweigh the benefits, then that action is harmful. Right? Because in the short term, for example, if you're a surgeon and you're doing a surgery and you're having to cut someone open, well, that's you harming them, right? Right. But presumably the benefits of the surgery will outweigh the detriment of you performing the incisions. That seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah, so to ground something means to establish, base, or provide a firm foundation, rationale, or justification for an argument, belief, or action. So to say that
brilliant.
like grounding morality is pointless is a pointless statement.
Right. No, I can definitely like then atheists can ground morals in the way that you want.
In what?
Into subjectivity. People seem to want to live in a society in which people can prosper and flourish. If you want that,
damn,
you need to follow rules.
You had me for about 3 minutes, and you just lost me.
Why? Because you don't like the word subjective.
No, because you were talking.
No, as in like you can't ground the argument of your favorite color because it's literally
say that again.
You can't ground the argument of your favorite color because it's subjective. Like your favorite color is subjective. Whereas like when you were saying like, oh, like people want like human flourishing, like you're trying to point towards something objective that we all should want.
No, that's no, I did say it's intersubjective. I was very clear.
What is that?
It means that you have a bunch of subjects who get together and decide amongst themselves, this is what we want. Intersubjectivity. Look, you can't have these conversations if you're not aware of the basic concepts.
I asked a question. I wasn't talking shit.
Sorry. I woke up late. I'm still on my first coffee, so I'm being a bit cheeky. You're fine. Also, yeah. But look, like what you're saying is that atheists can't ground morals in something ultimate, and I'd agree, but I don't see that as a flaw. I see that as a feature. That's a feature, not a bug.
I haven't heard a convincing argument from an atheist.
For what?
Pretty much anything.
What do you mean?
Atheists don't they contradict themselves.
Of course, well, that's people. That's just not atheists. What have I said that's contradictory today?
Do we need to rewind?
I'm asking you, have I said something that's a contradiction? If so, can you tell me? I'll believe you if you tell me. We don't need to rewind.
My memory is not great at the exact moment.
Or I didn't actually say anything contradictory. I might have said things you don't agree with, but that's not the same thing.
Yeah, because when you say like you're grounding it in intersubjectivity, like you're just saying
Right.
like, well, everybody gives their opinion, but then how do we know who's
No.
right and who's wrong?
Not necessarily. Sometimes we delegate the decision-making process to other people, such as lawmakers, and then everyone agrees to go along with that, and the ones that don't get punished.
Yeah, but even to have that
So not
system-
everyone has to agree with each individual point, right? They just need to agree to abide by it.
So it's just
And even then, you don't even need to agree, because if you don't abide by it, the rest of the world will say, "Hey, we don't like that."
So we're just passing the hot potato around until somebody's like, throw it.
What hot potato are you passing round? Like, are you some sort of Christian?
Why would that matter?
Because it would matter, because that would affect where you think morals come from. Like if you believe in tree spirits, then making an argument about morals coming from God or not would be a bit silly, right?
Can you make your argument without religion
yeah,
being a
what-
factor?
Like, what is morality to you, Shiva?
What is it? I think it's a fiction that we tell ourselves. Like, I don't think that there are objective values. I'm with J.L. Mackie on this. So if you're going to argue that they are, then I'd like you to demonstrate that. Like you would need to demonstrate. You would need to demonstrate how phenomena can have the property of ought to be done or ought not to be done.
100%. All right.
And then also
Explain this one to me.
hang on. And then also how we by what faculty we come to know these properties of ought to be done or ought not to be done.
So, do you agree with science as an atheist?
Generally, when you make an argument, you don't need to ask questions.
Generally?
You notice how when I'm spelling out my position, I just lay out the argument. Yes, I think that science is broadly accurate.
Mm-hmm. What is the number one rule of matter? The law of matter.
I did say earlier that I'm not a physicist, right?
Yeah, well, this is basic, like 5th grade.
Right. I hope you are you going to say that matter can't be created or destroyed?
Well, it can only be created.
That's not what science teaches us.
Yeah, you're right.
Science teaches us that matter and
Yeah,
energy
so
cannot be created or destroyed.
right.
They can only wait. They can only transform state from one to the other.
Yeah, so if there was a state that there was nothing,
right,
explain something.
Okay, great. I hope you realize that you're making an atheistic argument here. You are not going to like where this goes. Premise one: something can't come from nothing. That seems to be what you're saying, right? Something can't come from nothing. Yes.
If it's not created.
Okay, great. Premise two: something exists. You would agree that something exists, right?
I'm sitting here talking to you.
Great. Therefore, the conclusion has to be something has always existed. The universe has always been here. It was not created.
Damn, that's your okay.
Something can't come from nothing.
Yeah.
Something exists. Therefore, something has always existed.
Apply
God.
the 3 laws of logic to that. What you just
God
said.
is eternal. Yeah, God is eternal. Because to say something is not everything.
Right. All you're
correct?
doing, all you're doing here is we are both ultimately referring to a brute fact. It's just that your brute fact can't be demonstrated to exist. That's God.
You
And
just
my
demonstrated.
brute fact, my brute fact, the universe, can be shown to exist. I fail to see how your brute fact, which introduces complexity, is better than my brute fact, which does not.
It's complexity.
Just because something exists doesn't mean everything exists, correct? And to say that something comes from nothing is illogical.
I'm not making the claim that something comes from nothing.
You did, though.
No, I didn't. No, I made the opposite claim. I agreed with you. Something can't come from nothing.
Then where did it come from?
Precisely. Where did it come from? Something is here.
Yes.
Conclusion. Something has always been here. The universe has always been here. It's eternal. It was
In the
not
beginning,
created.
That is ridiculous. God is
I agree. It's equally as ridiculous as positing a supernatural being that created the universe.
Logically speaking, it's ridiculous.
Logically speaking, yeah. I agree. The idea of an eternal universe is sort of ridiculous. Like, you wouldn't catch me disagreeing with you there. So is the idea of a God that created the universe. I would say that's more ridiculous.
How?
Because we can see that the universe exists. We can't see that a God exists.
You can't see the creation of the universe, but you believe it happened.
No. I didn't say the universe was created.
So it just always, that's such a fucking whack ass argument.
but like that's the thing is the universe like clearly is becoming. It's not being.
The universe is becoming. Is the universe a singular thing?
But what we call the universe, the physical. It's all in the
Right,
state of
but is that all just one thing?
Yeah. But
It's
like it's all in the state of becoming. Meaning
Right,
what
but is
grounds
that
the becoming?
is that just one thing that's becoming, or is it lots of little things that have their own individual becomings?
The sum total of all things.
So that's what I'm asking you. Is the universe, in your mind, is the universe a singular phenomenon?
I cannot comprehend the universe because it's so vast that infinity is something that we cannot comprehend.
Then you should probably avoid arguments involving cosmological principles.
Why? Why is that?
Well, because some of them involve whether the universe is infinite or not, and if you can't comprehend that,
you can't even agree on where the universe came from. You're saying it ever existed.
agreed. My view. Sorry, what's your name, by the way? I can't see your username because of this.
Darth. I'm Darth, or Rule of Two.
Oh, Darth. All right, yeah, Darth. Darth, you're actually going to really hate my view, my actual genuine view. My actual genuine view is that I don't have a position on whether the universe was created or not.
Exactly.
But generally, Christians don't like that view.
No, I don't hate that.
Because I see it as the most epistemically humble, like, because I can't know, right?
Now I understand. That's the same reason why you don't define what God is for that same reason, huh?
No, I try to let the people who believe in their various gods define what they mean when they say the word God.
Okay.
because people can mean very different things.
I agree with you on that.
You know, if you're arguing against a deist, there's no point arguing the Trinity with him, right?
But it's like the same saying like there's no point in arguing with nihilists because it's all meaningless to them anyway. You know what I mean?
Well, wait, but they might enjoy it.
That's meaningless.
So whether it is
still
has meaning or not is irrelevant.
But I
Would it
enjoy
be
it.
meaningless?
It doesn't matter. Maybe they're just living in the moment and they just in the moment enjoy arguing nihilism with eternalists. You don't need meaning.
Again, it would refute their own claim of nihilism.
Mm-hmm.
It's a self-refuting position.
I agree, but so is eternalism. Both of them are untenable. And it seems to me that the eternalists, which is the people who believe that there's something eternal, you know, or like a god or an afterlife or a heaven or a soul or whatever, they're doing the exact same thing as a nihilist. They're just doing it. They're just showing the other side.
When I hear nihilist, I think of like the Big Lebowski. Like,
I mean, he's pretty nihilistic, apart from when it comes to rugs. You know, rugs that tie his room together.
God, this is just way above my pay grade right now.
I mean, because I'd agree that nihilism is an untenable position. It's like if you're really a nihilist, it won't matter if I nail your hand to a table.
Yeah.
Because the pain will be meaningless. You know,
it should not matter, but you find if you actually execute that, then it does matter. They don't want to feel the pain.
Well, some of them.
Well, there was
Some of them are
that
actually
famous case of the Buddhist
nihilistic.
that literally just fucking set himself on fire and literally didn't scream, didn't do anything. He literally just sat there.
Yeah, but he wasn't a nihilist, and two, amongst Buddhists, that would have been seen as an unethical act because it breaches the first precept, which is not to take life.
So he's not a Buddhist monk then, is he? Because he violated that?
Well, no, unless he was
okay.
defrocked, he's a Buddhist monk. You could make the argument he's not very good at being a Buddhist monk, perhaps, but he'd still be a Buddhist monk.
I get you. Oh, Shiva. No, you'll learn a thing or two from Shiva, even though you agree with him or not. Guy just reads a dictionary in his dreams. That's Shiva.
I don't know if you've picked this up from me yet. I don't want to agree with everyone.
Tarquin, Bojangles. I did used to read dictionaries for fun, but only as a child. Now I just use them for reference.
Darth, I'm starting to catch on that. That's your whole shtick, is that you do like a friendly troll thing. So I'm starting to see that, you know.
I'm kind. I'm not nice, but I'm kind.
Kind and nice to me, similar things.
But yeah, Mangoes. Here's the difference. Scammers. When a scammer is on the phone to you trying to steal thousands of your dollars, they're being very, very nice, but they're not being kind.
Oh, okay. You're just going to tie my brain into a knot, because I think being kind is the act to achieve an end goal. Being nice is the overall presence of your behavior towards somebody. And if I'm wrong, you know, right. that's where my mind goes.
I would say that kindness is the emotional response that happens when somebody who's in a basic state of friendliness encounters somebody else, whereas niceness, being nice, is just a kind of veneer that you can lay over something that's good or something that's bad.
Well,
like nice is more
friend, right? If you lie to your friend, just to be nice, and then he makes a bad decision based on that. I mean, sure, you were nice.
I mean, parents are often not nice to their kids, right? When a parent is disciplining their child, that's not nice. But assuming they are disciplining rather than just abusing the child, well, they're being kind, right? Like if you put your kid on the naughty step for half an hour, the kid isn't going to enjoy that, but they'll probably learn self-discipline.
And isn't that kind?
Yeah. Yeah. It's just that mangas seem to be conflating the two, so I'm trying to separate, like tease out the differences.
It's kind of like tone policing. Like, I mean, I think that's kind of what the quote unquote nice shit is. It's like, oh, I don't like the way you said it. And it's like, well, was I right though? And did it avoid you being an ass?
Or even just like intentionally being emotionally manipulative, like getting the other person to like you so that you can then more easily achieve your ends.
Yeah, that sounds like sociopathic behavior.
That's just people, mangoes.
No, I think it's more of people are just narcissistic to a level because we have a goal or achievement to have an end goal on something. But you know, like I don't know. I don't think that's all people that are sociopathic or psychopaths.
Are you making a claim that narcissism is real?
Yeah, and being a narcissist means that you're achieving an end goal just based off of your own selfish gain.
Prove it.
Oh, that's easy to prove.
Is it?
Yeah.
Based on whose research?
Look at Paul.
Based on the writings of a German 20th century German philosopher called Ludwig Wittgenstein.
It's fake science.
No, he wasn't a scientist.
Not psychiatry.
He wasn't a psychiatrist.
Okay.
He was a philosopher.
Oh shit!
And so he had this view of language is a type of game. The rules of which are defined through playing the game, right? And so you can have different language games that arise in different contexts. So amongst psychiatrists, if they're using the word, I've actually forgotten what it was that we were describing. One of the 5 dark traits. So it was psychopathy, Machiavellianism. Shit, it's on the tip of my tongue. Never mind.
Psychopathy. I think you're thinking of the dark triad.
It was narcissism. It was narcissism. Right. Yeah. So if amongst psychiatrists, narcissism is the word that they are using to describe a collection of behavioral traits, and those behavioral traits exist, then yes, narcissism exists.
What was the scientific part of that?
I wasn't making a scientific point. I was making a philosophical point.
So,
which is why I referenced a philosopher, not a scientist.
I know, but if you're using scientific method and there's a psychiatrist which does not have a frame of reference, how can you prove narcissism?
Oh, you introduce him to the frame of reference. This isn't difficult.
All right. I mean, I don't agree, but continue.
You don't agree that So, on your view, do words have intrinsic meanings?
Yes.
But that's demonstrably false.
Narcissism has never been proven.
Wait. No, this isn't about whether narcissism has been proven. Like proven to whom? To you?
To anyone.
What do you mean to anyone? Do psychiatrists who have spent 20 years studying narcissism, do they think that narcissism exists?
What is the proof?
Do they think it exists?
It's all subjective science.
It's look. Conversations. You notice how when you ask me a fucking question, I just answer the question. I kind of expect the same from you. When you don't answer the question, it seems like you're dodging something, which is a bit weird because there's nothing to dodge here.
No, I'm not dodging.
So the point that I'm making isn't about whether narcissism can be proven in some way that will satisfy whatever vague criteria you have, but it's about whether the word narcissism or narcissist has a specific meaning within specific contexts, in this case, a technical meaning among psychiatrists, and whether that technical meaning is valid within that context. And I would argue that it probably is. And it doesn't matter whether it's narcissism or depression or dissociative identity disorder or sociopathy or any of the other kind of disorders that people can acquire. Like, the specifics don't matter. Because if you're going to say narcissism doesn't exist, then you kind of have to say that none of the mental health conditions exist, including paranoid schizophrenia. And I've met plenty of paranoid schizophrenics. I mean, I've lived with a few. There's definitely something wrong with them.
So if it's a yes or no question, how am I supposed to phrase it in a yes or no? Because I already have the answer. I just want to be clear on that.
Right. Yeah. The question was, do you think that among psychiatrists, they are going to have a shared understanding of what narcissism is, and that when they're speaking that technical language, amongst other...
There you go. Just end it there. No.
No. So what do you think's going on?
I think it's fake science. Why does it sound like I'm driving?
It's because Mangoes has got some background sound.
Yep. He muted though,
so,
to be fair to him.
No, for sure.
So when are you saying that applies to all mental illnesses? That there are no mental illnesses? They're all fake?
No.
Right. So which ones are real?
By the way, only 15 minutes, chat. Get it in. Go ahead, gentlemen.
And how do you determine which ones are real and which ones are fake?
By talking to people. I mean, I have my own opinions, but...
Right, but how have you come to the determination that narcissism isn't real?
Because it's fake science.
Right, okay, but how have you determined that it's fake science?
Everything I would say would be anecdotal, so that's not a good argument.
Right, so presumably that would be the case for any mental illness that isn't physiological in basis. So when someone say dissociative, when they have dissociative identity disorder, that's not real?
I didn't say that.
Well, that's anecdotal, right?
I've seen it, for sure.
Right. And if you were to relate that, that would be anecdotal
Does
evidence.
that mean I have to be in
which on your basis should be dismissed by virtue of its being anecdotal.
Right. Thank you. Does that mean I have to live in their delusional fucking world?
We haven't ascertained whether it's delusional or not yet. You've just asserted it is without backing it up.
Who determines if it's delusion or not?
Who determines? Do you think you should be able to determine that?
No.
Right. Because I would argue that the people who have maybe invested decades of their lives studying the field and who are widely considered to be the experts in that field, they would probably, through a process of peer review, determine that. Now, you could make the argument that that peer review in social sciences is completely fucked, and you'd get no disagreement from me there, right? That definitely needs an overhaul. Like, wasn't there that some guys put in completely fake papers to social science kind of periodicals, and it was all just complete bullshit, and they got published. Like, does anyone remember that?
I think it was like basically like literally just bullshit, like stuff that like sounded like it was very progressive.
Yeah.
And like they just passed it based on the title, and it's like I think it was on Joe Rogan, and he's like, Joe, like I literally just made this bollocks up.
Yeah.
And they passed it because it was like it suited their agenda, so they just fucking passed it.
So I mean, look, it could be that like Darth, that maybe like you could argue that from a Buddhist perspective, what you're saying is true in that ultimately narcissism is just a conceptual imputation, like a whole bunch of kind of concepts and ideas that we kind of map onto phenomena, right? But even then, Nagarjuna would still say, but on the level of conventional truth, like I see no problem with just saying, yeah, not like that there are people who are pathologically narcissistic. And I don't mean in the kind of everyday way that you or I might be vaguely narcissistic every now and again, because everyone is, right? But,
I mean, if it was going to be something, it would be like just a little mind.
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I didn't quite hear.
Well, it would be a trait, right? Like narcissism, if it existed, would be like a minor trait. And of course, there's extremes.
I mean, yeah, it would be a minor trait in someone in which it was minor. But I suppose it's like these things are probably on a, I hate to use this word because it's been abused so much in the last decade, on a spectrum.
I feel that. And my mom took Tylenol.
All right. William Garner wants the conversation to end. Oh, we can't let this conversation end already. All right. Sorry, I didn't read that properly. I suppose it's like, I'm not a psychiatrist, so I'm actually not very well placed to say how real or not narcissism is as a kind of problem in some people that needs to be treated. But much like I'm not a car mechanic and I don't really understand anything about engines, I'm much more likely to trust the view of an experienced car mechanic than I am of, you know, my neighbor's kid, right? Similarly, when it comes to mental health, I'm much more likely to trust the view of a widely respected expert in the field than some Muppet on the internet. And I'm including myself in the category of Muppets on the internet.
Well, I would like to clarify that I was definitely not trying to disparage anybody or anything like that. Mental health is something that we should figure out. Like, for sure. but we got to do it logically, right? Oh, fuck me with the dead silence.
No, but like that's what I'm saying. Even with like you've seen it with Kai and all that kind of stuff. It's like they'll say like there is no truth or there is no like higher power or whatever, but you're like saying that like while pointing to truth, like as the
Who
higher
says
power.
there's no truth?
Like the anti-realists or
Well, wait. Anti-realism is very broad, and it covers the kind of whole gamut from like denying the physical world exists to like, well, that's very different from say being a moral anti-realist, right? That's not the same.
Yeah, but that would be an example of someone who would literally flat out deny truth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, they would argue that what they're saying is the truth. Like I've debated some idealists who I think are probably the ultimate anti-realists, right? On TikTok, like you get them on TikTok, they don't seem to be on YouTube so much. It's kind of a difficult position to argue against, actually.
Yeah, but to even make that claim is the point towards something real or something true.
Yeah, they would point to consciousness as being the thing that's real. You might actually have a lot of sympathy with the idealist position, Tariaq. It seems to me that...
Are you seriously questioning consciousness right now?
Who, me?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I question everything. Consciousness, it seems to me, because we're like...
Are you hearing my voice right now?
Sorry?
Are you hearing my voice?
Yes. Why are you asking that? I'm not denying that consciousness exists.
Yeah, because you answering that question means you're conscious of that. So
yeah,
I'm curious where you're going
Agreed.
on that.
He's saying that the anti-realist...
Look, Tariaq and I were discussing idealism, and the nature of consciousness is part of that discussion. Right?
Yep.
Because an idealist believes that everything is consciousness. And what I'm saying is that given the views that I've heard Tariaq express before, where he's kind of positing, making a kind of vaguely transcendental argument for a non-specific deity or a certain type of transcendental mind, I'm suggesting that were he to do some reading into idealism, maybe, or maybe even going so far as to do some reading into maybe Advaita Vedanta, which is a specific form of Hindu idealism, he might find some similarity in views between his views and idealist views. I'm not an idealist, just to be clear.
No, there definitely is going to be a lot of the Hindu stuff that, like, I'd be like, yeah, they're actually spitting pure fire here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, once you wrap your head around the language, yeah, maybe. I mean, I can't. They speak the language of deities, which is an automatic turn off for me. Like, just like there's just in terms of like it's like a concept block, you know.
Because like I would argue that like the idealism would be like the nobility. You know what I mean? That there are like these principles or these guidelines that we all follow, but then I'd also say that you need free spiritedness in terms of like to be unrestrained by the constraining principles. Right? So you have that balance of the was it like Angra Mainyu and then
Angra Mainyu and no, Ahura Mazda, but that's Zoroastrianism. That's not Hindu.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
I
mean, that's much more of a
kind of like philosophy.
No,
It would
well,
have been
that's
so
that's
awesome
much.
if you'd had a fucking hawk squeaking right there, an American eagle. Just
That's much more of a precursor to Judeo-Christian thought, because you've got the kind of the principle of good or light in Ahura Mazda, and then the principle of like destruction and corruption in Angramania.
Yeah, like the progressive mentality and then the constraining mentality. You know what I mean? But you need to have both. If you only have one, it doesn't work. If all you have is the constraining principle, you basically get frozen in time. Is what they talk about, the imagery thing, where it's basically you're basically frozen. Like you there's no motion anymore. There's no progression. Whereas if all you have is progression, and there's nothing actually tying you back to anything, and then you're just away with the clouds, and you lose your way. You've no grounding. You know what I mean? So you need to have both. So, and like to be able to do that, like you need to be able to judge like what is right and what is wrong. You know what I mean?
Right. But you only need to be able to judge it reliably. You don't need that judgment to be perfect, which is why I think the presuppositional demand that I kind of ground knowledge and logic and morality, like I think all of that is not a red herring. Like it's like a false trail. Like it doesn't mean anything. Because when it comes down to it, when you ask them to ground it, it all just terminates in a brute fact, which is God. And leaving aside whether, just you can say that just obeying someone is in itself moral. It seems to me that if theists get to just resort to a brute fact to explain away shit, then I can also just resort to a brute fact.
No, I'd agree that like just following like words blindly, or just following what someone says, like you are literally by definition a slave.
Right, and then it actually makes like this kind of view that the divine command theory view that goodness is what God does definitionally, then it makes the word good semantically void, which is moral nihilism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
which doesn't seem to me the position the Christian wants to take at all.
That's why I point the Book of Job as being a huge thing, because it's like you don't write that book that way unless you're trying to stir like that critical thing, or that kind of like, hang on a second, is this actually right? I mean, but if people read that and say, yeah, God's the good guy in that book, that to me is telling me that's slave mentality. They're just following. If I say this thing is God, or this is God's will, they'll follow, and that's how you get Joan of Arc and all that kind of shit. Speaking of which, shout out to Big Red Skies for the $10. Appreciate you, kindly. Let me play the clip. Appreciate you, kindly. And as William says, we're going one more out, baby. But yeah, go ahead, Shiva.
It seems to me that my view is actually the most intellectually honest, which is that my view is that when people say murder is wrong, they're not actually making a truth act statement. Like they're not making a statement that can be true or false.
Shit.
They're instead expressing how they feel about emotions. And then I kind of marry that with, that's from A.J. Ayer, that's moral emotivism. But there's an Australian philosopher called J.R. Mackie, who's a different sort of moral anti-realist. He holds the view that people, when they say murder is wrong, they are making truth act statements. They just happen to be false, because he holds the view that there are no objective values. And so, and he makes the argument from queerness that I've been making about the actions having a property of ought to be done or ought not to be done. And so my view I've kind of expressed as an aphorism, which is that everybody is an emotivist. To the extent that they do not realize this, they make truth act moral statements that are false, And to the extent that they do realize this, they do not make truth apt moral statements, even if they sound like they are.
You realize that's a fucking lot to unpack there? Like, where do we start with that?
That's because I actually think about these things rather than just parrot talking points.
Where do we start? Like, logically, where do we start?
Well, why don't we start? Sure. Okay. So I tend to base my view on morals on like what's going on internally. When I look at an action, let's say I see somebody beat up a child, right? So internally, the first response is always emotional. My immediate response is emotional. Now later, if you were to ask me why is beating up the child wrong, I could construct a narrative, right? I could construct a rationale, but ultimately it boils down to, I don't like it when you do that, right? So, and I think that's similarly, if I see someone do something generous, just as an example of something that could be considered like good, right? The immediate response is always emotional, a kind of sense of inner like warmth and expansiveness. And then later I can rationalize why generosity is good, but that's later. And I think that's the same for everyone. It's just that people generally tend not to want to admit it, especially if they hold to morality is objective, because then it brings all of that into question. So that's the moral emotivism.
No, I heard you. I don't agree with you. I'm just trying to think of.
Yeah, and so like A.J. Ayer was a 20th century English philosopher who I think is in Freedom, Truth and Knowledge, I think the book is called. He kind of spells out his view that moral statements are not truth apt, like they can't be true or false. And so what people are doing are expressing an emotion. Now, J.L. Mackie, who's an Australian philosopher, who's also a moral anti-realist, holds a different view. He posits that in order for morality to be objective, it would mean that they would need to have the properties of ought to be done and ought not to be done, right? And that would make them metaphysically queer, like odd, because we don't find those properties attached to any other phenomena in the universe. And then there would also be epistemologically queer, because we would need to have some faculty by which we could perceive the ought to be done or ought not to be doneness of a given action. And so his view is that when that statements such as murder is wrong, that they are truth apt, they can be true or false, and they happen to be false because there are no objective values. Like it's just what I tend to do is synthesize those two views, because it seems to me that my internal response is initially the emotional response, and then later rationalizations. I think that's the same. Does that seem incoherent?
No, I understand. I'm just thinking. Sorry for the pause.
That's right. I'm kind of used to like it's quite a complex view. Like I get it's you know, planting my flag in some absolutist position. I think quite often that's what Christians are looking for when they say, "How do you ground morality?" They're looking for something like simple and pithy, like a slogan. But that's not,
are you assuming I'm a Christian?
I like Christians. That's why I hang out with them so much.
I'm pretty sure I've claimed I'm a Christian.
Sorry, did you just say that you were a Christian? I kind of think you are, but I don't know.
Loosely.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of. Would I say I'm loosely a Buddhist? No, actually, I'm a committed Buddhist. I've been practicing for 20 odd years.
I am still trying to contend with your murder harm thing
So-
because, like, yeah, in war,
Well, I didn't bring harm into it. So okay, let's ignore JL Mackie for now, and we'll just concentrate on AJ moral emotivism. So when people say murder is wrong, what they're really doing is kind of saying "boo, murder," kind of joined with an attitude of "don't do that," right? Like, and it's like an emotional expression. So they're telling you how they feel about the act of murder. Similarly, if someone were to think that murder was good, then what they'd be saying is, yay, murder, with, joined with, do more of that.
but isn't there a dichotomy of see, I'm fucking myself on
Well, I suppose, yeah. I mean, like, most actions are going to be morally neutral.
Yeah.
Like, you won't have an emotion. Like, you're probably not going to have a kind of strong, what you might call moral response to someone, like, I don't know, picking their nose or cleaning their glasses. Like, most actions are going to be morally neutral. Do you want to try to tell you something that's really going to mess with your mind? Because you know how my moral position is somewhat complex. I would say it's a little bit nuanced. Yeah, I haven't even told you all of it. There's still a whole other side that seems to completely contradict what I've just told you.
Never claimed I was right.
Which is that I also think that morals can be instrumentally objective, and that Buddhist morality is an example of this.
Say that again.
I think that morals can be instrumentally objective. The word instrumental is doing a lot of work here. And I would argue that Buddhist morals are an example of instrumentally objective morals, in that the Buddhist precepts, that they're not goals in themselves, they're a means to an end. So you practice ethics because it helps you develop a calm mind that allows you to engage in more complex meditation practices, like it's a stepping stone.
Fair enough.
So, but I only applied that standard to Buddhists.
Yeah, I'm not.
So yeah. So for everyone else who hasn't agreed that they're going to abide by these ethical principles, then my response is much more along the lines of moral emotivism. Well, that seemed to kill that conversation.
No,
I should generate some slogans, really, shouldn't I?
Well, I fucking suck as far as, like, I think about things. Yeah, that's the silence. Sorry.
Let me see. All of my books are still. I'm going to rearrange the living room. I'm going to bring my bookshelves in here. Let me AJ books. Let me see, publications. Language, Truth and Logic is the book in which he talks about moral emotivism. And it's kind of like, it's near the end of the book. It's like chapter 9. It's quite a slim book. You could probably pick it up on Amazon for like $10 or so, I'm guessing. But if you're interested in arguing against anti-realist positions, I would say that AJ Ayer and JL Mackie are the granddaddies of the anti-realist, moral anti-realist views. If you want to understand.
Using those. All right. I'm going to bring it full circle.
Mm-hmm.
It's a hot dog, a sandwich.
Is a hot dog, I would argue no, on the basis that the bun
we agree on
is not two slices. If the bun were entirely separated,
that's my ass argument.
then it could be considered a sandwich. I suppose you could make the argument that a hot dog both is and isn't a sandwich, depending on the language game that the words hot dog are being used in.
I mean, I'm going to win this. I'm just going to let you.
Oh, I think I've just discovered a cheat code in Wittgenstein.
No.
I'm going to call it the Wittgenstein cheat code.
It's a hot dog, absent a bun.
Is a hot dog absent a bun a sandwich?
Well, that would make it not a sandwich.
It depends.
How? There's no bun.
Because okay, sandwich is a noun, but it's also a verb, right?
No,
and the verb sandwich just means to have something in between two other things, right? So you could be sandwiched in between a wall and a truck, right? Now, if the hot dog was sandwiched by 2 slices of cheese, would it be a sandwich?
No. Look up the definition of sandwich, for fuck's sake. Bread is implied. That's why I said if you remove the...
Well, is it implied? Okay, but implied doesn't mean
in the definition
necessary.
Okay, implied was the wrong word. Sorry.
Sandwich.
The second definition, the Merriam's one.
Right. An item of food consisting of two pieces of bread with a filling between them. So I think definitionally then a hot dog can't be a sandwich unless the roll is completely separated, because it's one piece of bread.
Yeah, you can make a hot dog into a sandwich, but a hot dog
you can
bread is still a hot dog.
Well, no, if you separate the 2 buns, then it's both. It's still a hot dog, but it's also a sandwich.
What?
Well, okay, look. A sandwich, definitionally, going by the Google definition, an item of food consisting of 2 pieces of bread with a filling between them, eaten as a light meal. So if you have a hot dog, right, and let's say you partially cut through the bun, but not all the way, and then you put, the hot dog in the crevice and put mustard on and whatnot, right? That's not a sandwich, okay? But if you cut through the bun all the way, so you now have 2 separate pieces of bread, and then put the hot dog between them, then that is a sandwich. And it's still a hot dog, but it's also a sandwich.
Nope. Does a sandwich have bread?
2 pieces, yes.
Mm-hmm. So if
2 pieces.
I cook a hot dog by itself,
right? Mm-hmm.
And I don't put it on bread, is it still a hot dog?
No, I don't think so. Wouldn't it just be a wiener?
No, wiener is chicken, pork.
How is it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe are the sausages themselves just sold as hot dogs?
Sausage. Hot dog is an all beef frank.
And what's a frank? Is that a type of sausage?
Doesn't matter if there's no bread. You're getting into semantics. If there's no fucking bread, is it still a fucking hot dog? Is
I don't
a
think so.
sausage without bread a sausage?
No, because when you go to a hot dog stand and you order a hot dog,
Oh my
the
god!
expectation is that it comes with the bun and maybe some onions and maybe some condiments, right? I mean,
But if a sandwich is distinctly two slices of breads with some meat in the middle, right? If I make a
No, a filling.
sandwich, yeah, filling, right? If I make a sandwich and then on top of the sandwich I put some more filling and then another slice of bread, that technically is not a
That's
sandwich
sandwich?
anymore.
Is that sandwich?
technically, yeah. A burger is a type of sandwich, yeah.
But is it a hot?
Well, no, it would still be a sandwich. It was just that the filling would include the piece of bread.
But it's 3 slices of bread.
Yeah, but
So if
the
I have 3
middle,
slices of bread, is that a bread
wait, but the
sandwich?
middle slice is just part of the
That's
filling.
a Big Mac.
Why are you talking about bread? I am asking if bread is not a factor. Is it still a hot dog?
Yeah, I mean, like it can be the thing without the exclusionary middle, because I remember hearing earlier you're
Therefore, it's
saying
not
the
a
butter
sandwich.
bun is, huh?
Therefore, it's not a sandwich. If it's a hot dog, it can exist. Absent a bun.
If it's a hot dog by
Therefore,
itself,
it's not a
absent a
sandwich.
bun, it's not a sandwich. But if you're using a bun, yeah, like that's where I would say it's a sandwich, because it's like same thing with a Philly cheesesteak, because a bun or a hoagie acts
No,
in the
it
same
can be a
premise.
sandwich.
Yeah,
Can be.
but it all depends. It all depends on the final product before consumption. You know
Bread.
that's where it gets. Yeah,
Bread is a distinction.
yeah.
Okay,
But
right.
here's the
If I
caveat:
have-
you don't. It don't always need to be a bread to be considered a sandwich, though. You know, like you can
And then what is a
substitute
sandwich?
bread. You can substitute bread for something else, and it can still be a sandwich.
Based on what evidence?
Is a calzone a sandwich?
It is a sandwich. Or at least I would consider it a sandwich.
Where's the 2 separate slices of bread, motherfucker?
Because
You know what I mean?
Because well, the reason why I will say calzone is because basically it's one big ass pizza pocket. You know what I mean? It's like a pizza. You fold it in half and you seal it. That's basically what a calzone is. It's like an enclosed pizza that's puffed up through the steam of when it cooks. You know what I mean? So it is technically kind of you can technically consider it a sandwich, considering that a pizza is an open faced sandwich.
Okay, what
Yeah,
if you butter 2 slices of bread and then put those together? Is that a sandwich?
That's called a butter sandwich, and I've had those.
All right.
Trust
What if
me.
you remove the butter? What if you don't put the butter on and you just put 2 slices of bread together? Is that a sandwich?
A plain sandwich.
So just 2 slices of bread is a sandwich.
Yeah, just plain nothing. It's just plain Jane, plain nothing. It's like
Okay.
you know, it's
If you take 1 slice of bread and you cut it in half, and then you put 1 half on top of the other half, no filling, is that a sandwich?
yeah, it's a plain sandwich. It's I mean,
Well, it's a plain half a sandwich.
I'm sorry, this is so
Is it a
fun.
hot
Oh,
dog?
God. Go
Well,
on, man.
if I have, let's say, a hot dog bun and I don't slice the bun all the way, right? Then I have the hot dog meat, and then rather than actually put the hot dog in the bun, I just pick up the hot dog, take a bite out of it, pick up the bun, take a bite out of it. What am I eating?
You're eating a clusterfuck. No, tough crowd. No, okay. So if you're simultaneously eating a hot dog and the bun separately, it's not a sandwich because you didn't put the two together to make it
No,
such a sandwich.
I'm just asking, what am I eating?
You're eating food.
Okay, look. What about if you put a hot dog in a burger bun?
A hot dog and a burger bun.
Is that still a sandwich?
Hold on.
Is that
let
still
me
a hot dog?
Let me do this one, Shiva. So I cook a hot dog in a microwave, but I don't have a hot dog bun. But I do have, because I'm not gonna subject myself to poor people shit and use 2 slices of bread, because that's poor people shit. But I do have a hamburger bun. If I cut the hot dog up after I cut it and I put it on a hamburger bun with ketchup, is it not a hot dog?
I can answer
no,
that.
Answer Shiva's question. If you put the motherfucker in burger bun, is it a sandwich?
Yes.
But is it still a hot dog?
It's still a
Yeah.
hot dog.
Yeah, and here's what you can do. Like,
Okay,
cut
what if you put it in a bagel?
It's a hot dog bagel sandwich. I mean, like you're gonna go in an infinite loop because like Darth, like only thing I disagree is like cutting into pieces. No, you can cut it in half and then cut it diagonal, like butterfly it. You know, that'll be the best way to do it. In that. Huh?
You do realize that could get tricky. Like if we go on the logical, I could make that other points I purposely am making about hot dogs.
Well, it all depends on the girth of the hot dog overall.
Just to
though,
change tack slightly.
I can give you on the some of the variables that are missed on that, but I'm just generally speaking, an Oscar Mayer wiener can be, cut in half and then butterflied and then used as a sandwich after you cook it or something. You know what I mean?
If you
I wear a dress, I'm a woman.
If you cut the crust off a sandwich, is that still a sandwich?
Say that again, Shiva.
If you cut the crust off a sandwich, is that still a sandwich?
That's a stupid question. Of course it is. That's like asking if you cut the crust off a pizza.
Oh yeah, because these are all really intelligent questions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe if you know how to eat food the right way,
this is peak philosophy right here, Shiva. This is where the real conversations are had. Not in fucking parliament or anything like that, man. This is where the real conversations are had.
Oh, this is where philosophers are born, talking about sandwiches.
Hot dogs
any more fucking complicated questions about food, Shiva?
Oh, I haven't even begun.
Go ahead, continue. See if you can get me in a gotcha. That's a good go ahead. And food.
I will mangoes, but I generally find that when you're trying to get somebody in a gotcha, the best thing to do is just to let them know that you're going to get them in a gotcha, but not tell them when. So they're in a state of perpetual suspense. So just be ready for it at all times.
Well, I do got a question for you, Shiva. How do you, like keep in suspense? Like, how do you keep an idiot in suspense? How do you do that?
I'll tell you tomorrow. I'll tell you tomorrow.
He knows.
I know all the bad jokes.
Oh, that's why I fucking love engaging with you, Shiva. All right, any more food questions? Let's go. Come on.
Yeah, so if I have like a slice of bread, take a bite out of that. I've got a slice of ham, take a bite out of that, but they're separate. What am I eating?
You're eating two different
foods. Ham and bread.
Yeah, that's called harmony. Get it?
You're eating a ploughman's lunch, teriyaki.
So if I have a hot dog, and a hot dog bun, what am I eating?
A hot dog and a hot dog bun. Are they together or separate?
Like married?
Separate.
Yeah, they're totally different. It's not
the hot dog wiener divorced the bun. It was a huge ordeal. The kids are all fucked and all this kind of shit. Like, but I'm eating them separate. Is that still a hot dog I'm eating?
Wait, hang on. Wait a minute. Now you've raised an interesting thing. Surely all hot dog sausages are male. They have to be, right?
Oh boy,
I would assume so.
I was waiting for this to come.
Does that mean that the buns are all female?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And mangoes. How many hot dog buns have you licked?
I'd say technically all of them.
Shiva, can you please, for fuck's sake, draw me a roadmap to your conclusion? Like, I would like another piece of the roadmap kind of logic.
But logically
Sorry,
speaking,
I
is it
can't hear you
possible to
after
eat?
mangoes.
But like logically speaking, it's impossible to eat a hot dog bun without it touching your tongue.
Fuck it. I was waiting for that joke to come out and you delivered it perfectly. Holy shit. Oh, well, I'll tell you this much. It'll probably be very minuscule compared to lifetime of hot dogs you like, Shiva. I don't know, but I'm just.
Who are you calling minuscule?
Wait,
shit.
what?
Bomb. That was a funny joke, but nobody got it.
No. Oh, that was fucking funny though. Oh, that was funny as shit. You're still with me, Shiva?
Yep, still here.
But anyway, I was waiting for food to be used as innuendos. Like, I wanted to do it 5, 10, 20 minutes ago, but I was like, yeah, not tonight. Someone did it for me. So if we're going to go into innuendo, so when we put the hot dog in the bun, are we simulating anal sex? No? Hello? Anybody still there?
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed, Mangos.
Agreed.
Oh, well.
It's the last bite of a sandwich. Does this look like a hot dog?
It looks like beef and cheese.
Wait, does a ham sandwich look like a burger?
It's not ham. That's roast beef.
Oh, roast beef sandwich,
Hello.
yeah. Like, here's the thing, too. Like, when we're talking about, like, bread, there's different categories of bread. So, like, an English muffin is considered bread because in a McDonald's, we have, like, a sausage, egg, and cheese McMuffin sandwich. Also, a McGriddle, that's a form of a bread. That's a bread, right? Quick bread, right? Where you use lavender agents to give it, like, the bread, the puffy air pockets, right? You know, and in McDonald's they have like a bacon, egg, and cheese McGriddle. You know, but it's a sandwich because it's still compacted.
Can't you just admit
into
that I won a long time ago? A hot
Say
dog
what?
is not a sandwich.
Well, if we're talking about the hot dog solo, yeah, it's not a sandwich. But if it's with a bun, it's a sandwich.
But absent a bun, it's not. But it is
Yeah,
still.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with you. Absent a bun, it's not a sandwich. It's a hot
wanted
dog
to
solo.
make
It's
sure-
not a sandwich.
I just wanted to make sure that I won that.
Well, you already ate your prize, so you should already know that by now. Get it? Why you guys always act like I don't? God fucking damn it! Laugh! I order you all to laugh.
I was laughing. I'm just not laughing into the mic.
The thing is, mangoes.
Oh,
mangoes.
no.
You can't choose when to laugh. So if you want people to laugh, you need to actually say something funny.
I did say something funny.
Really? Could have fooled me.
He admitted defeat.
Ugh, I'm a funny guy.
But yes, he is funny. He's still admitted defeat, though. Just let the record show that.
I didn't lose anything tonight.
What?
What?
You lost your composure a couple of minutes ago.
Oh yeah, that was fucking good. You did get me good on that one. I will give it to you. All the oxen free.
So, how do you feel about the new Star Wars that's coming?
There's a new Star Wars coming.
Yeah, there's a movie and a new show.
I think is Ryan Gosling involved in the movie?
He is in one. I'm curious about that because the pictures from that are weird.
Yeah, I think I've vaguely heard about it. Vaguely.
I like the prequels, episode 4, 5, or 3, 4. You know what I mean? Like the ones that came out in the 70s. And
Yeah, they're not the prequels.
Or just fuck, dude. But you get what I'm saying. Like episode 1 through 5 was really good. New Hope, it just felt regurgitated, regurgitated storyline.
Hold on.
Wait, that came first, Mangoes.
No.
That came first.
New Hope is
and also, it's not called A New Hope. It's fucking called Star Wars.
Well,
fuck that
anyways.
revisionist bullshit. A New Hope.
I was expecting Mango to go, anyway, so Star Trek's about this dude.
Go fuck yourself.
Fuck that. No, I like Star Trek, but no, I quit. Like I quit Disney in the new era since when they fired Gina Carano. That was biggest bullshit ever. Why they fired her?
You're gonna watch her beat Ronda Rousey's ass?
Oh man, I got the hots for Gina Carano. I'll fucking eat a mile of her shit to know where it came from.
I mean, her butthole.
I haven't exposed this about myself. But
Like, you need to read it to know that, Mango. You can just know it comes from her ass.
No, it came from no.
Gina
I got that quote. Look, that quote
over.
came from Generation. I was quoting Generation Kill.
Right? And I was mocking the quote from Generation Kill. I mean, it's fine.
No, I get it. I know. But no, I will motorboat that ass if I had the chance. Like, she is fucking hot. Ronda Rousey is way past, like Kelly Holm or whatever her name, the fucking face character was so fucking that just wrecked her. Ronda got too distracted.
Here we go.
She was doing.
It was Holly Holm.
Holly Holm, yeah. But
The preacher's daughter.
Well, ever since Disney fired Gina Carano, I was done.
Can you say her
I
name
hated
right?
that.
Just out of curiosity.
Carano, I don't care.
Macarena. So when Gina Macarena got fired, right? Like I literally could not give less of a fuck about these Hollywood actresses and actors and all this kind of shit. Like all these have to do is show up, say your lines, and get paid a ludicrous amount of money. How hard is that to fuck up?
That's
You know
why I
what I'm
don't
saying?
understand why they're fighting. I was gonna get to that point. Like, who cares about that fight?
Who cares about
Mangoes?
what? Who cares
Mango,
about
you
what?
just made a whole thing of like, oh my god, I can't believe they fired this bitch, and I thought you were going to be like giving us a whole story where like she basically saved
I
an
know that-
African fucking village full of AIDS or some shit like that.
Do you not know
No.
that Gina Carano, that's how you say it, by the way, is fighting Ronda Rousey on MVP on Netflix?
Yeah,
Oh, no, I want to
that.
hear about the Mexican babies. Mangoes.
What Mexican babies?
What? She's not even saving a village of Mexican babies. What the actual fuck?
Yeah, I mean, why should I care about this bitch? That you can't even pronounce her second name, apparently.
I don't know. I guess
wonder which
it's
one.
just something that we have to deal with.
What? Entertaining fight? If you claim it's entertaining, which I don't. What the fuck?
I am so confused what we're doing here right now.
Is it Star
Pissing
Wars
into
or
the wind.
anime?
We're just pissing into the wind, Mangoes.
Oh, okay.
like, why is this such a big deal? Do you know what I mean? Like, you're basically saying I'm turning my back on the franchise because they fired this bitch. But like, why does
there you
that
go.
interfere with the art?
Well, it's the reason why. It was the reason why when Gina Carano made a post and saying that she made a post that Disney said that it was like a hateful speech, it was insensitive. And the post was talking about how like she was comparing to the civil unrest during the 2020 pandemic, comparing it to during Nazi Germany, how propaganda from the media that were trying to, the propaganda in the media was an attempt to make turn each other on their own neighbor, and that's exactly what happened in Nazi Germany. And she had a picture of boys chasing down a Jewish chick that was beating on her, and they fired her for that. At the same time, there's political activists in Disney that was promoting Black Lives Matter and their political stick. I was disgusted about the selective outrage on that one. You know, they infringed on her freedom. They infringed on her freedom of speech, but yet they wouldn't equally enforce their rule that they're enforcing. That's, you know, and don't forget, I don't know about it now, like the details on it, but she was suing Disney, and Elon Musk is picking up the tab for her legal fees.
Yeah,
and I'm like, damn fucking right. You damn fucking right. And it's a goddamn shame it has to take a fucking billionaire to tell other billionaire to,
as a private company, they could have not done the whole press season and just said, listen, you're fucking fired. Good luck.
That's a lame excuse to allow censorship at a mass scale, because again, that's just saying that a private company has more power than a private citizen. That's just a lame excuse. That's not even an argument.
Are they not willing participants?
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like, I say the same thing to the Black Lives Matter activists that I do to that bitch. I don't give a fuck about your political beliefs. Show up, say the fucking script, and let the art be developed. Do you know what I mean?
Punch each other in the face for my entertainment.
Well, you don't get the benefit. Here's the problem. You don't get the benefit of saying that, well, they're a private company. At the same time, they're acting as a publisher. Well, they act like a publisher when you're selectively allowing information to proliferate out to the masses versus allowing somebody, firing somebody just over the basis of the thing that you're supposed to be enforced equally. They're not a private company. They're publishing, because they're deciding what information comes out of the corporation, and that's not them exerting their rights. They're just manipulating the masses. It's manipulation.
Manipulation how?
When you allow when you enforce one set of rules on one other person because you don't like what they say, but yet the other people are saying just as, you know, what you would consider not acceptable speech.
I'm talking about a
only
fight
selectively enforcing that's where it goes wrong.
Why are
I can point out to social media companies and during the pandemic where they're censoring right-wing voices, or vaccine skepticism. But at the same time, they're allowing people saying "fuck America," burning American flags, burning churches, coming out with their own rhetoric. White people are racist. Coca-Cola saying you need to be less white and all that shit. Yeah, that's all fine. But yet you see that they're using racist tropes and racist arguments, but yet they're saying the other side that they're saying is racist. It's fucking ridiculous.
What does that have to do with a fight?
No, I didn't say anything about me not watching the fight. I'm just saying that I don't care if you think I'm saying nothing.
You brought up a fight and you spurred out.
No, I didn't. You're just you assumed that I was mentioning a fight. I said that I stopped watching Star Wars. I don't give a fucking new era Disney because what I saw they do to Gina. That's what I said. I didn't say anything. I'm going to watch the fight because I'm a fan of Gina. I like fighting. I like boxing too, and other forms of combat sports. You didn't hear what I say. I don't like companies that selectively censor people over arbitrary means. It's manipulation, and anyone who disagrees with that seriously has a cognitive issue with understanding that a private company can't have a monopoly on speech if you fucking let them. And it's just I'm not budging from that. I'm putting my fucking foot down on that. It's a problem. That's why we have this fucking issue with the government having surveillance on us. Because they say, oh, well, if I give a little bit of my freedom away just to feel secure, I'm okay with the government having more power and telling me what to fucking do.
Who wins? Motherfucker. I was talking about a motherfucking fight. Who wins? Ronda or Gina?
Okay. I think Gina would because she's still like,
all right, my ass.
I don't
Your
think
fucking retarded fucking rant right there had nothing to do with this stuff.
No, but it had everything to do with Teriak asking me why do I feel that way about what I did about her getting fired. He asked me. It wasn't an unsolicited rant. I was asked my opinion on it, and I gave you my thought, or him my thought.
Ask you a question, Mangoes, because I understand what you're saying, and I think the view seems faulty. And so, because it seems to me that whether I agree with Disney or not, and whether I thought their firing of Gina Carano was justified or not, and I think on my view, were I running Disney, I probably would not have fired Gina Carano for her online comments, which is why she was fired for some post that she made on Twitter or something. But it seems to the First Amendment protects Americans' right to free expression from governmental intrusion, and it doesn't say anything about adults of sound mind who knowingly enter into a legal contract with a company such as Disney. And I'm willing to bet that somewhere within the contract that she signed with Disney would have been clauses that stipulate potential consequences for behaviors that she conducts outside of her immediate work with Disney that might, in their view, reflect badly on them. And it seems to me that actually companies intrinsically have that right. They have that right to say, look, we want to hire you, but if you do A, B, and C, then consequences X, Y, and Z are going to follow. And when you sign on the dotted line, you agree to those stipulations.
In perpetuity. You know what I mean? Because like as part of for example, if I was to sign with Hollywood, I don't get to choose what I say. They basically write the script and I say whatever is on the script.
The problem, and again, you guys reference the First Amendment, and the problem is that you're only giving the power to the private company about the First Amendment. The people have more power than the private company because it's the people that give them the capital to even have a business in the first place. It's the people that elect representatives to make laws. It's the people that have more power because the company has more. They have more of a higher stature than the private person because they're generating a lot of revenue. Yeah, I can agree with that.
You're not even
but the First Amendment, is just the First Amendment works both ways. If you're going to say that the private company has power because of the First Amendment, then you gotta equally understand and enforce that among the people. That's the issue that I'm having, and also there's a conflation
about Gina Carano.
Hold on, there's a conflation with that. There's a conflation with that. Hold on, there's a conflation on that though, because the fact that hold on, you're conflating the two different scenarios. She made it. You're just not even want to listen. You just want to talk over me. I don't.
No,
Don't
tell me what
maybe
my point is.
just pay attention.
Still,
You might
man.
learn something. Anyways, shut up.
About what?
Anyways, the conflation is that when
This is
Gina
bizarre.
said the reason that she got fired was unjust because of the fact that
It has nothing to do with the
had
fight.
people that were peddling racist
What does this have to do with
racism
the
about
fight?
like, oh, white people are evil, they're subhuman, and you didn't see that by these companies that were firing
I
people
need-
that
I
had
need whatever-
right wing leaning
Yeah.
ideas. Like, for an example, who fired the person from Coca-Cola that said be less white?
Who's fighting? Who is fighting?
Are you saying that's black people, Mangoes? Are you saying it's black people?
I'm saying no, because I'm
fighting?
not saying it's black people in holistic
Who's
sense.
fighting?
I'm talking
You're-
about people who are trying to push an agenda
gonna
to
give you
silence
all
people
the
who are against the general narrative. That's the problem.
Well, like
You
individual
can't
black
claim
people,
First
like
Amendment
say
status
Joe
when
Cole.
you're only arbitrarily enforced now according to your beliefs, not the objective standard what the
Right.
amendment is.
So it's not black people as a block. It was like individual black people, like Joe Cole, for example.
No. Like it's not just
Because I blame him. If you're
Because-
blaming him, I'm with you all the way, man.
Well,
that
the problem,
that fucking guy.
Well, when we're got to be careful with the black people on that, because the only black people that I saw pushing the critical race theory, it was Black Lives Matter, because they're very fucking racist. They're racist Marxists. Hawk Newsom, and also up in Ontario,
And Joe Cole.
There's somebody out there, I forgot her name, but she was like one of the head chapters saying that white people are subhuman. Whoopi Goldberg, an example, she said that World War II wasn't about race. It was just white people killing white people. And it's like, no, you fucking, and it's fucked up, because you look at what Roseanne Barr said. She said something way less controversial on an objective standards, but she got fucking fired. But Whoopi Goldberg say something racist, and she gets to go fucking keep her fucking job. Like,
because
that's
she's
the
black?
problem. Yeah. Well, that's a big part of it. Yeah.
Well,
oh,
to
yeah.
be
She's
fair,
part
Joe-
of the
Joe
protected
isn't-
group of people.
Yeah, Joe Cool actually isn't black. He's actually white, but he done the reverse Michael Jackson thing. The way Michael Jackson went from black to white, Joe went from white to black. I think it's like reverse albinoism or some shit like that. I'm not a
Yeah.
medical doctor, so
But like, I'm not buying the fucking First Amendment argument for companies that arbitrarily enforce that. If you
So
do
companies
it,
don't have a First
Literally,
Amendment right.
hold on. Can you literally answer what my question was? Because you went on a very
by the way,
retarded
chat, less than
rant.
10 minutes left.
What was my
I
question?
don't care if you find it retarded. That's your problem, not mine.
Okay, answer my question.
Well, it's going to be retarded, so why should I?
What was my question?
I don't know, but I'm a retard, so why would you
Yeah, I
ask a
know you don't
retard a
know,
question if you
'cause
want to
you're
say
retarded.
retard? It's pretty redundant.
All I
When you
asked
call somebody a
before you
retard,
went on
you're
that
not going to fucking get the
racist
right
ass
answer,
fucking
right? So why would you
dumbass
ask the
rant.
retard a question?
Who wins between Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano? All I asked was
I'm not
who wins.
answering. I'm a retard. I don't want to give you the wrong answer. I'm
Then
a
shut the
retard.
fuck
What
up.
the fuck do I know? No, because they asked me a question. I was answering their question. You're just mad because I don't care about what you say. Call me a retard, but you call me a retard, you're going to get what you fucking asked for. Too fucking bad.
Who wins?
I don't know.
Well, then why are you talking about it?
So, gentlemen, to shift the topic up a bit,
Fucking
how do we
stupid.
feel about reparations?
Fuck
Yes,
no.
please.
Fuck
I want
no.
you all to make reparations to me.
If anything, you should make
Because,
reparations to America
because
to
of
pay
these-
us back all the shit we had to go through to go
No,
to
no,
American
no, no.
Revolution.
Look. Mangoes, you need to make reparations to me for all of the wrongs that I've ever experienced in my life because
Yeah,
of
I
the
need
6 degrees of
reparations, yeah.
separation.
I need
Wait,
reparations
because
for
of the
the
6
last
degrees of
10 years.
separation of Kevin Bacon. So, like, we are connected. You and I are connected to Kevin Bacon by only 6 steps. therefore you owe me reparations. That's pretty fucking.
Yeah, I
weird.
have no idea what you're talking about, to be fair.
Yeah, we know.
You don't even fucking know.
Well, if you
What don't I
don't know
know?
what I'm talking about, you can't argue against it. Therefore, pay up. I'll take $1 million.
No. That's like me signing a blank contract. You know, like I'm agreeing to something that I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. No, I'm not. What?
Reparations. We're talking about reparations, and what I'm
I need
suggesting is
reparations for the last like 20 minutes of this conversation.
No, you owe me
Right,
fucking
right.
reparations 'cause
Pretty
you're an
sure he
idiot.
owes me like $20.
No, you owe me $40, so you can give me 20. You can give
Based
me
on
20,
what?
and I just
You
keep
don't
that.
even have you don't even have a truth
Well-
to derive how
Oh,
I
jeez. Based on what? Based on what I owe you on reparations.
you
Based
don't
on
want to go
what?
down this route. Not at this point.
Oh no. Based on what?
Your retardedness.
But based on what though?
You're wasting my time.
But
My
based on
intellect
what
is
though? What do you
wasted on-
mean? Explain. You made the claim. Explain
I
it.
just did. I literally just
No,
said.
you didn't. Based on what though?
My intellect is wasted on you wasting my time.
Yeah, but who says based on what though?
I do.
Oh, okay. Prove it.
I don't have to.
Yeah, you have to. You made the claim. You got to prove it.
Based on
Explain
what?
why.
I don't have to explain myself to you. That's your argument.
Oh, no, it's your argument.
Nah, is it though?
Yeah, it is. You said that I owe you reparations.
Appreciate you, birds. I ain't even real for the $5. We officially hit the daily goal, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to you.
Do the Irish deserve reparations? Because they were also enslaved, but it wasn't enslaved.
Daph, Joe Call in the chat is trying to start a race war with you. He's saying that you just want to fight. How would you like to respond to Joe Call?
Only when it's Saturday night. Because we all know Saturday
Is that the
night
only
is
time
right
race
before
wars
that.
are allowed?
Yeah,
Oh,
you
right.
only
I
have to
see,
fight
I
on
see.
Saturday night. Elton John taught us that, you know?
I mean, I don't want to fight, but I do think somebody should defend their bullshit ass point of view.
Do you want to
Okay,
start a
boys.
race war
Oh, okay.
with Joe Cole?
We're going to do a race war, but it's going to be white on white first. Because technically white people are a race. I think that logic tracks. So one sec, let me get the gentleman. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, right, I need to swap this maybe. There we go. Gentlemen. One sec. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is the slowest transition ever in the history of streaming. Gentlemen, start your engines. You got 5 minutes. Oh, I fucked it up. Okay, Shivi, you're the moderator now. And then
This is some pro level streaming here.
Yep. Please be patient. My mom to take Tylenol.
So, I mean, one of you needs to start a race war with Joe Call in the chat. It's the only way we're going to get him on panel.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Is slave exclusive?
I mean, he used to be BLM. Vaguely.
I mean, I asked a question.
Sorry, could you repeat it, please?
Yeah. Is a slave determined by race?
Oh, I don't think so. No. What do you think, Mangoes?
What do I think about Joe Cole? Like, what?
No. About
Jesus
whether slave is race, whether slavery is determined by race.
I actually gave you that shit on Olive Branch, and you fucking are so dumb you can't even fucking take the Olive Branch. What the fuck?
Is one of you? Are you both of the same race? Because you two could have a race war.
What difference does it make what race I am?
I mean, because if you're a different race to mangoes, then we've got a race war going, haven't we?
Motherfucker, you've seen me on camera.
I mean, okay, you're pretty fucking ginger, so
yeah.
There we go. Race war. Off we go. Fight. Fight, 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 fight.
Well, I'm waiting for a fucking rebuttal. He hasn't made a fucking point.
I mean, you need, like, just
Gave
call
him-
mangoes a retard again. That should get something going.
Is it
I'm
just
a fucking retard. Why would I waste people's time? I'm a retard, remember?
How's that race related?
Because retard supremacy, bitch.
Retard supremacy. There we go. Now you got something to contend with. Idiocracy on the rise. What do you think?
I think that's not something to contend with. That's not a point at all.
How so?
Because you're retarded.
Yeah, but based on what though? You got to prove it.
Based on the statements you've made in the last like 20 minutes now.
Yeah, but who says?
Me.
But based on what though? You got to give me an argument. You haven't given me an argument about it.
I'm not the one with the burden of proof here.
No, you made the claim that I'm
Yeah,
a
I mean,
retard.
to be
though,
fair,
so
Mangoes, you are the retard supremacist advocate on the panel. So
Yeah, but I wasn't the one that was giving off titles, though. He was the one that called me a retard. I just accepted it. I accepted it. So he needs to come up with the
right,
argument.
but
though.
no,
That's
yeah,
the
yeah,
issue.
he might have been calling you a retard, and then you decided to invent your own ideology, retard supremacy. Right. So now you're in the affirmative.
Yeah, you don't have to be smart to be right. That's the supreme code. That's the supreme retarded
Imagine
code.
you're a rat. Imagine you're a rat in a wet bag, and all you have to do is find a way to eat your way out.
So,
Using logic.
based on what though?
Oh my god! How much more can I walk you into this?
Yeah, but I
I'm
don't
trying
understand
to
what
give
you're
you a
saying because
benefit
you haven't made a point yet. You need to explain.
No, I don't have to make the point because you made the claim.
Well, no, you're the one who made the point. You got to make the claim.
What? I made the point you're retarded.
No, yeah, exactly. You got to explain why.
No, I don't. The burden of proof is on you.
Yeah, no, you made the claim. Burden proof is on you.
No, you made the claim. You don't even remember what your claim is. What is your claim?
No, you got to explain. Stop
That's
trying
how
to
I know
reverse
you
it on me.
are.
Stop giving me the
No,
reverse
not
card.
reverse.
No, you
just-
made the claim. You just said you made the claim. You gotta no
retard
burden
nation
proves someone who
is-
makes a claim. You preach that. You need to.
Sorry,
you need
what
to
is
own
the
up
claim?
to it.
Wait. Are neither of you making claims? What kind of debate is this where neither of you are making claims? What the fuck?
He just fucking said he made the claim.
Right, you just have 10
Let's
minutes.
just put another 10 minutes on the fucking clock.
Yep.
Sort this shit out.
Yes. So, gentlemen, the prompt is retard supremacy a threat to our democracy? You just have 10 minutes.
Yes.
Mangoes,
Oh,
what do you
to
think?
watch this, if you call this bias modding, you should have saw fucking yesterday. Holy shit. Anyways, it's retards. No, it's not. It's actually the new wave of democracy. The reason why is because retard
is why you're
supremacy
retarded.
is the
You
only
are
way.
pro-retardation.
Exactly. Yeah, so based on what
I actually
though?
don't need to be here. You could just drop me down to Teriak. Or maybe I need to interject now and again just to. Sorry, I derailed there. Carry on. Mangoes.
No.
No.
The prompt
Is that the
funny
entire
as fuck,
argument?
though. Is retard supremacy a threat to democracy? No, it's not. Because
Okay.
retard
Hold on.
supremacists are
I'll
more
concede my
authentic.
time and
We'll
leave this.
admit we're retards. But him on the other hand, you got some issues going on there. can't even admit when he made a point. He can't even admit when he made a claim. No authenticity, but yet retard supremacists will admit we're retards. That's authentic as it gets. You want authentic people in democracy because we know when we're right, and we sure as hell know when we're fucking wrong. Because retards unite.
I mean, I'm guessing retards wouldn't always know when they're wrong, but Darth, do you think retard supremacy is a threat to democracy?
It seems to be.
Would you like to lay out your case?
Well, listening to retards say the shit he just said kind of makes me think,
But if we had a monarchy and the monarch was a retard, presumably... Oh, wait, no, that's not a democracy. That's a monarchy. Oh, wait, I might be a fucking retard. Oh, my God. It's true.
That's the first
This is
step
the
of
age of
retard
the
supremacy,
retard.
Shiva. Is admitting that you're coming to be a retard. Welcome to the retard supremacist movement. Glad to have you aboard, brother.
Don't go on.
So, Mangoes, what happens if we end up with some sort of orange retard running the country? Would that be a threat
Probably
to
Kool-Aid,
democracy?
if I had to guess. It's probably
Yeah,
some
can you
Kool-Aid.
give me an can you give me an example of the orange retarding question? I just want to know for verification.
Yeah,
purposes.
like say for example, you got some retard who insists on spraying himself orange every day.
Is this a
but
particular
also-
person you're referring to, or a mythical
No,
person
just just a hypothetical orange retard. Let's call him Dude L'Orange because he's French. Let's make him French. The Dude L'Orange. What if the Dude L'Orange was running the country? Would that be a threat to democracy?
Well, I mean, like if he's French, then I will assume that he's the prime minister of France.
Right. So French democracy. Just try and imagine yourself liking baguettes.
I don't know, man. Like I don't know, man. Like that version of retard supremacist is not American retard supremacist, though. It's really hard for me to gauge. But I think that what I can say is that I don't endorse their version of retard supremacy because it's not the purest form of retard supremacy.
How do you know?
I really like that you haven't engaged with the supremacy part of that. You just focus on retard.
Well, that's a very good point.
Kinda makes you-
Retard supremacy implies that the retards should be in charge because they are superior to everybody else. Would that be the case, Mangoes?
I mean, like because retards are really flexible. Like you can associate anything as retarded, right?
That's an
So it's-
assumption admissible. Nope.
What?
No.
He said that's an assumption and then said admissible and then maybe the word loop.
Oh. Yeah, I forgot the question. To be fair,
Make a point.
I'm getting really
The
fucking
question
tired.
is retard supremacy a threat to democracy? But
No,
nobody's
it's the way of the
addressed
future.
supremacy part.
It's the future.
Well, is there a retard supremacist manifesto?
I'm currently working on it since I just came up with it about 10 minutes ago.
So I still stick with my point that you're a retard. And your supremacy would be bad.
No. Well, it'll be bad for you because we have to go through a purification process,
But you
though.
don't have a definition for what bad is, so
No, I don't have to, man.
you don't have to. Interesting.
Yeah.
How are you
Yeah,
gonna-
I'll be writing a book about it and stuff, and I'll tell you about the purification process in that book.
Mhm. Would that make the book true? Mic drop.
Did somebody mute me?
No, you're just a retard.
I know, dude. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't ask questions. Just let it happen.
No, the show's been extended another hour. This could go on and on and on and on.
I know, right? It seems like people are really interested in what is retard supremacy. I just like,
Well,
oh,
I mean,
really?
it's an interesting question.
Mm-hmm.
I think you should write a manifesto, Mangoes.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out a clever name to name it.
Retard supremacy.
No.
The Retard Supremacist Manifesto. I mean, it sort of names itself, really.
No. I wanted to
Do you have
be
a
more
point?
creative.
I mean, do you have
You want to be more
any type
creative.
of defense?
No, it should be the retard supremacy for retarded retards.
What about the Jello Manifesto?
That sounds the Jello Manifesto. Yeah. Hey, I kind of like that. Okay. The Jello Manifesto. I actually like that.
You do know that would imply that you actually have to write something that like has a concise.
I'm looking forward to it.
It'll be like a meme type of thing, though. You know, like just fucking them.
I just imagine like the whole like if 1,000 apes were typing, eventually they would type Shakespeare.
Well, gentlemen, we got another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Harlongnay, welcome to the show.
Who is?
Hey, Teriak, how you doing?
Good yourself?
Good. So, I was just coming up quick to say hi to everybody, see how everybody's doing. Emmett linked us over when he shut down, so I don't quite understand what the topic of this discussion was.
So the topic,
retard.
Is retard supremacy a threat to democracy?
Democracy is a threat to existence.
Is democracy a threat to retard supremacy?
democracy.
That's the real question that nobody's asking.
Supremacy is the word that we should be both.
No, democracy is a threat to human existence. Do I
Right,
care
but
what
isn't it a threat to
threatens
retard?
democracy?
Look, spoken like a true retard. We are not discussing whether it's a threat to human existence. We are discussing
Okay.
whether retard supremacy is a threat to democracy. But what
And I will
we should
say
be
no.
discussing, what we should be discussing is whether democracy is a threat to retard supremacy, because that's the most important thing, right?
You see how
Well,
fast my movement
no,
is catching traction? There we go. I got another
Right.
brother, man.
I'll
Okay,
write the fucking
so-
manifesto. How about that? How about that, eh? How'd you like them apples?
I love
I'll
apples.
write the fucking
Apples
Jello
are
manifesto.
nutritious.
Look out, motherfuckers! The Jello manifesto is coming.
So
Watch out for the rise of the retards.
I would say that. Hold on. I would actually say that retard supremacy would actually aid democracy because it takes retards to actually want democracy when you see what it leads to.
Retard supremacy is democracy.
Yes, it aids
Come full
democracy.
circle, boys.
But you guys had literally 15 minutes to make that conclusion, and you retards weren't able to draw the conclusion.
So does that mean Darth is
Mangoes,
part of the
I don't even know
retard
what the
movement?
fuck Mangoes was talking about half the time.
Well, I
Notice
mean,
I answered a question. That means no.
okay. Yeah, the answer is no. It is not a threat to democracy because it aids democracy.
Right, but what if you get progressively retarded people in charge? What if the retards vote the retards into office?
To have what the
and
U.S.
then the
has
retards
had,
who are
then you have. Yes, I followed that out 18 steps. So then you have what the United States has had for the last 60 years.
Use logic, bro.
right. So, but is that a threat to democracy?
No, it's an aid to democracy.
Were the ancient Greeks retards?
Toward the end, yes. At the end of democracy, yes, they were retards.
Do you think it should be a tenet of retard supremacy that Mountain Dew is used to water crops?
Well, that's not what they used.
But
they
should
used
we?
Rondo. Why?
Well, yeah,
Because
but
it
we
has
don't have-
electrolytes?
No, because it's green.
The difficulty is
Was Rondo
in
green?
democracy you actually elevate the retards.
Right.
In democracy you actually elevate the retards to being equal to those who would naturally be at the top
Right.
of the hierarchy.
This isn't
In which
what
case,
we're addressing,
if you
though.
get enough retards in places of power, they could decide that because it's green,
Right.
Mountain Dew should be used to water the crops.
Right. But this isn't about retards naturally, like if you like organically coming to power, right?
Yes,
This is
that's what I'm
this
saying.
question, right? But this prompt is about a specific ideology, retard supremacy.
Yeah,
Mangoes
but
is a
Mangoes
retard
is supposed-
supremacist.
Well, I honestly, and what I'm saying is, I honestly do not see a
Why are you arguing?
definable difference. I honestly don't see a definable difference between democracy and retard supremacy.
Hey guys,
Well,
real quickly,
retard
I'm heading off.
supremacy is
It's
the
late, so
explicit
I'll-
view
Sorry.
that the.
Hey, I'm
hang
heading
on.
off.
I didn't
Shiva,
stop
I'm
it.
sorry. I'm heading off. You guys have a good night. I'll see you guys next time.
Mangoes, you're going to leave me here holding the retard supremacist hot potato, are you?
I mean,
Yeah,
I can hold
I believe he's initiating you
Yes.
as the Grand Wizard retard supremacist.
You think I'm joking about the Jello manifesto, don't you? I'm not.
I am looking forward to that. I definitely need a link to your Substack so I can get it as soon as it's out.
Yeah, I'll put that in private chat.
So I do not see that you can actually have full democracy without retard supremacy.
you're missing the point, bro.
Yeah, it's not a detriment to democracy. It is a natural entailment of democracy.
There's no such thing as retard supremacy.
Not
Oh,
yet.
yes, there is.
Just wait until
Well, I
you
mean, as
read
long as
the
it's
Jello
not-
manifesto.
No, I'm sorry. You look at 95% of the United States
Jesus.
Congress right now, between both houses. They are less intelligent and less logical than your average fifth grader in Iowa.
I'm not gonna lie, he's actually making this problem true.
We are living in retard supremacy.
Yeah, because of you.
No, not because of me. It's because people who have allowed the
You're
progression of
actually being a
democracy.
retard.
No, I'm not.
How are you not?
I live my life. I live my life in. I live my life in logic.
Read the prompt. Read the prompt.
Well, I can't read the prompt because I'm driving through Iowa right now on my cell phone.
Fair enough. That's why you're not making sense as far as the prompt is concerned.
Okay,
Hence
will you
the
please read the prompt out to me?
Is retard supremacy a threat to democracy?
And I have said, absolutely not. It is an entailment of democracy.
Supremacy is not an issue?
Not for
Ladies and
democracy.
gentlemen, we do have another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Lalane, welcome to the show.
Well, yes, I'm going to
Hey.
argue for why retard supremacy is a good thing. We need to purge them out. Let them build up their society so they can burn it down.
Interesting.
That sounds like Trench's argument about uniting.
Well, it kind of touches on what I was saying earlier over in Emmett's. Like, if you don't want to be a retard, you need to know how to have you need to know and be able to practice basic survival skills. It's only the retards that think that our modern society is going to continue to grow and is never going to have any hiccups.
Well, I don't value your opinion so much because you've proven yourself to be a retard.
Okay, give me your definition of retard so that I can evaluate and understand for
Not making
myself
sense.
whether or not I am one.
Not making sense. Retarded.
Okay, yes.
simple. You know,
Well,
So
there was
people
a-
who don't
there
make
was
any
another-
sense, we're going to let them
There,
away.
there was
Get them
another
elected,
great.
let them
There
go.
was another great quote. There was another great quote that we heard on Emmett's earlier tonight. That said, "You should not argue with idiots," and I do agree with you.
Why? It's so fun.
You don't convince them of anything. Just let them have what they want. They'll destroy it
Yeah.
pretty quick.
I'm not trying to convince
Yep.
anybody. I'm just pointing
You're
out
correct.
you're retarded.
You're correct. I am a retard. I will not argue with you.
All right, I win. Thank you.
All right. Well, since I'm not going to be any more argument, Elder Lion, go ahead and grab it. You want to tackle that guy?
Well, I think we and him agree.
Right. Well, let it. Yeah, let the retards have full
Yeah.
supremacy.
For why? That's how Crocs came into existence.
Yeah.
You don't have to speak up.
And,
I can't
and the
understand
world
a
is
word
so
you're
much
saying.
better for that. The world
Crocs,
is so much better for Crocs, isn't it?
Like Crocs, the shoes. Yeah, I guess retards do kind of wear those a lot.
Yep.
Yeah.
That would be the sign. That's how you would know.
Well, do you know
Hey
how
dudes
they
are the footwear
became
of
popular?
midwits.
Do you know how they became popular?
A bunch of retards liked them.
Yeah, from the movie Idiocracy.
Nice. Yep. They wanted to showcase like the
Yes.
most ridiculous thing in the history of time as far as shoes, and it turned out they made retards.
Makes
Right.
sense.
And unironically, the United States is now riddled with Crocs. Croc
And
wearing retards.
Yeah. So ultimately, yeah, the retards supremacy is a threat to democracy, but it's a
So-
good thing.
The retards have their supremacy. Let's let them run with it.
Yep.
I disagree with supremacy.
It's what?
There's retards. There's a lot of retards, and it is a threat to democracy. But I don't think they have a supremacy.
Well, there's two different types of ways of using that word. It's either that they already have control, or they're just a big group of retards that support each other, right?
Well,
I'm saying let this big group of retards that support each other just get what they want.
Yeah, I don't think they're exactly retarded. I think they're playing the game well.
Nah.
Yeah.
What?
No, you're right. You are right, sir. You are right.
I don't even think that they play it well. I think they're just,
how many times
did
I
a
win
lot of retards.
Track?
What's that?
How many times did I win tonight? Are we keeping track? Because I've won a lot.
So there are a lot of people who just refuse to deal with idiots, huh?
No, I'll deal with idiots. I'm here, aren't I?
You will You will argue with idiots. That is true.
I'm kidding. But to make your point, yeah.
All right. Well,
I mean, what's your question, though, for real? I'll argue with an idiot if that's your claim.
whose question?
I guess we'll never know.
Just like how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Tootsie Pop?
Wait, are you asking me to ask a question? I thought you were posing a question.
Hell, to be honest, at 8 o'clock in the morning, I haven't slept a whole lot, so I'm confused at what we're even really talking about at this point. I guess I've become retarded. I'm going to take over the entire group now.
But that wouldn't be a democracy, would it?
No. I mean, the retards will probably destroy the democracy, and then they'll just lose whatever they create right after.
Well, so as 2/3 of the panel here, I give my vote over to Elder Lion. There's democracy.
Democracy's gay. Don't vote for me.
You're 1/5. I don't math that.
No, but he's saying his retardation is so vast that it takes up 3/5.
There we go.
Like his retardation makes up for both me and Shiva.
Well, no, but Teriak, you're the host, right? So you're just moderating this one.
I'm moderately retarded.
Oh, your moderators are. Oh, okay.
His
mom, you got to get out of the group then. You got to be full retard to be a part of this group.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
This is the retard supremacy coming out.
Perhaps a better question, gentlemen, to ask is it possible to because we've all heard about going full retard. Is it possible to transcend full retard, to go beyond
transcendental
full retard?
Transcendental retard.
Hold on, is this retard face? Is this retard face? Is that what you're asking?
I mean, you could make the argument that the devil's a transcendental retard.
Is it possible for society to recover from retard supremacy? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, they'll get rid of themselves.
Surely the goal of any retard supremacist is to go full retard.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the ultimate goal, and then eventually to transcend into the transcendental retards.
Okay.
So we're going to have to you know now, Elder Lion, that part of the Jello Manifesto is going to have to be the transcendental argument for retardation.
The Jello Manifesto? I don't know what you're talking about.
Who decides?
The Jello.
Sorry, I'm retarded.
The Jedi Manifesto is the manifesto that
It's a retard judge if it's a democracy, right?
It's the retard supremacist manifesto.
Oh yeah, we don't read that shit. We're trying to transcend here.
You're assuming retards can read.
So is there a retard orthodoxy theory that we can adhere
I'm not
to?
I'm not gonna include that in this. I'm not gonna include that in my troll argument.
Well, I'm just looking like is there a basic ideology that retard supremacists are going to be able to follow?
I see what you're saying now. Yeah, but we can't keep up with it, so we stopped trying.
I'm gonna go just based on what you just asked. Retard.
Yeah, I still can't hear anything you're saying. You like speak in whispers. It freaks me out. It feels like a demon whispering in my ear.
I was just going to say, based on that question, you might be a retard.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the point.
But who judges who's a retard?
I guess the transcendental
United
retard.
States Congress.
Well, yeah, so you elect a retard to decide who's a retard?
Well, they do anyway, right?
You know, what you have to do is you have to find the transcendental retard to be able to understand
what does that
the
mean?
referent.
The essence of retardedness?
Yes.
Yes.
You have to find the essence of retardation.
Yes. I'm with you. I'm with you, Elder.
All right. Well, I'm going to sleep before I get even more retarded. You guys have a good one.
That was a good point. I was thinking about it. That's hilarious.
I just started my day 3 hours ago, so I'm good to stay up for a while.
Well, gentlemen, one does not simply become retarded. One transcends into peak retardation. You know what I'm saying? It's retarded, but it's not. You know what I'm saying?
Well, but true retardation would obviously be exemplified by those retard savants who are just born and exist in full retardation their entire life, right?
What is the etymology of retard?
Well, I don't know. Who was it who offered the
It's probably
initial
Latin.
premise?
Retard etymology. Let me look it up. I'm guessing it's going to be Latin for backwards.
No, just slow down.
Yeah, okay. So it's from the Latin. I don't know how you pronounce it. Retardare, and that breaks down into two Latin words: re, which is back, and tardus, which is slow.
Which is super useful in mechanics.
It is super useful in mechanics. It's not really so useful in society.
Agreed.
So why are you pushing for the supremacy?
He isn't. You are. You retard.
That's a problem with retard supremacists. Oftentimes, they advocate against retard supremacy.
No, wait. No, he isn't. Oh, right. Sorry. Did Mangoes leave? I'm a retard. I'm the one advocating for retard supremacy. That's right.
Yes.
I'm gonna make a.
I'm too,
can we get a hold
I'm
on,
too
can we
fresh
do a
and
vote
awake
next
for
time
this
if
conversation.
Shiva's retarded. Is there a way to vote? Like the people that are listening, if Shiva's retarded for Literally not even.
And you don't need to vote.
It's gone.
Sorry for my retarded laugh.
Fuck.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna drop down because I've got a scale coming up. I can't be on the phone. I will lurk
Fair
in
enough.
chat.
Appreciate you coming up, Nate.
For sure. Be safe.
But gentlemen, like, to try and tie it off, because you only got about 20 minutes left. Like, do you think that like we possibly could like ironically like push for this like retard supremacy and then somehow manage to find ourselves in an actual like system that works?
I mean, there's only one way to find out. Sorry.
I do kind of feel like I'm outnumbered. So like it's like at this point, it's like, do I just let the retards take over?
Because like for example, like it would be retarded to say, oh, like we're just going to get rid of all the tax and somehow run the government without any tax. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So is it possible that we make a bunch of quote unquote retarded decisions, but actually end up with like a beautiful system? Or another way to say it, if the path to hell, if the path to hell can be paved with good intentions, does that mean the path to heaven can be paved with bad intentions?
Could be. But isn't it kind of retarded to not think about the flat tax shit and why that isn't even a conversation?
Well, hey, like, I'm all ears for that. That's what the reason why I got involved in politics. The only reason why I took an interest in politics is like there has to be some way to lower these taxes. You know?
Well, you're already paying taxes on everything that you buy, right? So if you just remove the income taxes and put a flat tax on that, that's 100% of people. Like income taxes, there's like, I said this earlier, but less than 50% of people are actually paying that in America. It's a pyramid scheme. Eliminate the pyramid.
But I mean, like, this is kind of one of the things that I always kind of like push back on when they say, oh, like the tax the rich and all this kind of shit. It's like trying to tax the rich is like trying to catch a bunch of hens in a hen pen. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you
They're
penalize
going to do
them.
everything they can to avoid the tax, and just out of spite, like they'll literally pay tax to a different country.
Doesn't that
just
kind
out
of
of spite?
jealousy?
Well, yeah, it always comes down to jealousy because, like no matter what economic system you put in place, if there are people to be perceived that are like much better off, that like even if, like I said, you elevated the poorest person to America to like a millionaire status, if there's billionaires and trillionaires, there'll still be like this whole mentality of, oh, they have more than me, I need to tax them, because for some reason that's undeserved.
Yeah, it's the mentality that's fucked. That's why they're all retards. And supremacy is shit. And democracy is an illusion.
But what do you call it an illusion?
I mean, if we're talking politically, look at the last, 2-3 elections. I mean, that shit's all been in question. Still hasn't been proven.
Yeah, but I think this goes down the line of like what Kai was saying before the debate when I was talking briefly about one of the topics where democracy is terrible. And I said to him that like, you compare it to like democracy where it's just like everybody gets a vote, meaning the intellectuals and the ignorance both have the same power. And because intellect is more rare than ignorance, you're basically, like I said, democracy is retard supremacy. and that's where I said, like, in terms of the old way of doing it was the nobility aspect, where you have the sovereignty and the nobility. You know what I mean? So, like, in terms of the aspect, like, we have this whole kind of ingrained mentality where it's like everybody getting a say is a quote unquote good thing.
Yeah, I
But
don't think
you're-
everybody. I don't think everybody should be able to vote. Yeah, I think that's kind of what you're getting at.
Yeah, and like the whole like notion here is that it's like there's going like those that like have like a better ability, or like those who have a better ability in let's say you're sitting in an exam or like engineering it, like those who have a better like engineering mind or a better ability for engineering are naturally going to like have to put in a less amount of effort for the exam than people who are bad at that mentality. Do you know what I mean? But to turn around and say, well, we want to equalize all the test scores is retarded. It makes no sense. So why are we trying to do the same thing here? Also, shout out to How Long Nate with the $5 says, when the rich are the political class, they will always give themselves a way out of taxes. That is true. That is true. But anybody, like even like the average citizen, like they're still finding ways to claim tax, all this kind of shit. Like, think of like, let's say like your streamer, like you're like, even when you're going through like official kind of like government business education, all this kind of stuff, they tell you, oh yeah, make sure you try to claim like your electricity and your Wi-Fi and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Claim as much as you can on the taxes, which to me goes against it. And also shout out to Shiv as well. Appreciate you having me on panel. But you get my point, you know?
I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting at on the flat tax. It's like, take it 10% or whatever the fuck number is, just straight out, and then no taxes besides that. Because it's ridiculous to just add it on, which I think is kind of what you're saying. Because here it's just everything is taxed. Many times.
But if you go to, like, you can take any Western country, take the average GDP, and then like calculate the tax that they'd be paying on that. Like, just include all of it. Like most, like, for example, like Ireland, they have like a tax calculator thing you can do where you just put in your gross salary and it'll spit out how much tax you're paying. And on average, between America, Australia, Canada, Ireland, England, like on average, you're paying about 30% tax, and that's the like that's just like your take home pay. And then, like you mentioned there, it's like you're also then getting taxed on cigarettes, alcohol, food, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? When you calculate in like the actual amount of tax that you're getting taxed, it's about 60% on average.
It's ridiculous. And where's that money going? They can't account for it. I live in Illinois, and J.B. Frisker has waged a war against Trump over TDS, which, whatever, he's a retard. But he almost lost to Chicago Bears because he was too busy worrying about fighting Trump and undoing anything he can. And almost lost like his entire like state revenue. Well, not entire, but a big chunk of state revenue. Didn't even realize that they were about to leave the state because he was too focused on Trump.
But like, this is what I was trying to get to with, like, Kai was basically trying to point out, oh, like, look at like what happened to Prince Andrew. And then I point out, it's like, yeah, but he was expelled from the family.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, to have a nobility in place, but like that, to have a nobility in place is to adhere to those standards. And when one of those things like it comes to be, like, that's when you have the expulsion, all this kind of stuff. Like, so the mere fact that you had Prince Andrew getting kicked out of the royal family shows that the nobility is at least still breathing. It might not be dead necessarily yet in England, but it's still breathing. You know what I mean? And like it's like the conversation we're having earlier on with with America, where they realized, fuck, like, we need a sovereign. You know what I mean? Like, we need some sort of higher principle or something at the point towards, because power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. You know what I mean?
And Isn't that kind of the whole like framework originally? That's why they all agreed that there has to be something above.
100%.
And they debated at length, and they chose the Christian God because it was the one that made the most logical sense. Even though they didn't want to.
But it's not even necessarily the Christian. Like, what was the word used in the Declaration of Independence? A transcription. The unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America, when in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which they have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate equal station of the laws of nature and of nature's God, entitle them decent respect to the opinions of mankind, requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equal, and they are endowed with their Creator with certain inalienable rights. That among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are installed among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Whether any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their state of their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes. And accordingly, all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations pursuing inevitably in the same the main thing though that I want to get from that is this whole thing of like the laws of nature and of nature's God entitled them.
Because they had to come to a conclusion of what that meant. That the addition of the word God, and that is so fucking important. They didn't want to put it in there. They argued against it so much.
But like the reason why I say it's a failure.
But logically, they couldn't deny it.
But the reason why I say it's a failure, though, is because like the governments are instituted among men, like that to secure the rights of the people. Governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. You know what I mean? Like that to me is a failure. Because if the people are no longer religious and moral, then it breaks down.
I see what you're saying. That is a contradiction.
Do you know what I mean? And then we got words aren't even real saying if the rich pay a majority of the taxes and they have tax loopholes and bailouts, who's paying the taxes? Why are we even taxing people? It doesn't even pay off the interest at this point. That's the thing. Do you know what I mean? If the government collects its taxes and it doesn't have enough tax monies for that given year, it just prints more money. So why the fuck do we pay tax in the first place?
It's all fake.
The government can just print more money.
I mean, couldn't you make that argument about gas prices in America too? Because like U.S. is like we export more than we use, but yet gas prices are going up because of the shit in Iran. How's that make sense?
He's right, you know. But like I said, in terms of the way we kind of like shake out and the whole kind of like markets and all this kind of stuff, it's at least from the shit that I've seen from like analyzing the crypto market, bro. Like, there's just so much shit that goes on where it's like, bro, this is just rigged.
No, the shit you were showing me last night, yeah, how is that not something the media is talking about? Like, what the fuck?
Because if you are in the media and you start talking about that shit, all of a sudden you go down, for your early morning breakfast in the morning, you turn the ignition in your car and you blow up.
Or it's
and it'll be ruled, COVID accident or some shit like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Something ridiculous. Where it's like, there ain't no fucking way. Car blew up. Nah, bruh. Natural causes. The Rona.
Are you implying that people would put bombs in cars?
Yeah, I'm Irish, am I?
Sorry, I had to make the joke. It was just a joke.
Like, this is the one thing that like I'm trying to like reach out to like lefty content creators or like atheists and all this kind of shit to try and like just like try and sit them down and kind of say, like, what do you think is going to happen? You know what I mean? And like, do you really think that like what you're saying and what you're stoking at the moment? Because like there's literally like articles being written and it's being called out by the likes of like Gnostic Informant, Neil, like the dude Gnostic Informant. He talks a lot about like ancient histories and like Gnosticism and all this kind of shit. Like even he's calling this shit out where it's like, bro, there is no way you can say that like the fucking like the Irish are blacks or something like there was some article written that like the original Irish were actually black or some shit like that. It's like there's no history to support this. Even the data that you're citing in the article is wrong. Like sorry, like the data that you're citing, like you're incorrectly citing it. You know what I mean? The data does not say what you're saying is, and then basically I put a comment saying it's like almost like this is being done on purpose. I mean, as if like some of these quote unquote stooges or like people who say that they're lefties that are in the academia are literally just like plants to just keep adding fuel to the fire. The whole like great replacement theory. Because it's like, on the one hand, we were being told 10 years ago we're overpopulated, there's too many people, and now we're being told there's a labor shortage and that's why we need to do mass importations of immigrants.
Yeah, the math ain't mathin'.
You know what I mean? What the fuck changed? It's like when you sit down with like these Democrat supporters and all this kind of shit, and you show them Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama. Literally, Barack Obama, when he was in office, saying that, yeah, we're going to detain illegals and we're going to deport them. We're going to go after the criminals and all this kind of shit. So what changed? Because like the Republicans have not changed their position. They may have softened a little bit in terms of like the H-1B visas, all this kind of shit. But in terms of like this whole thing of the illegal immigration, the Democrats, 10 years ago were saying the exact same thing that the Republicans are saying today. So it's clear that they have shifted or they have moved. So you can't. Hey, go ahead.
I've been prepping a little bit on this because I saw a video of like a guy using Obama's like explanation for bombing the shit out of Libya, which I guess we all forgot about. But using it to justify Iran without saying that. And then I've been digging into like what presidents have used to justify military action absent of Congress declaring war. Does that make sense? Because they all kind of have similar points, regardless of whether Republican or Democrat. But yet, depending on which side you're on, is how you care, I guess, which makes no sense to me.
But That's why I done the whole review of like Marco Rubio, where I was like, "Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies." I was like, this dude is like playing like next level, like fucking noble lie or whatever the fuck you wanna call it, because the case that like Rubio and all the stuff were saying to us was that they got word that Israel was going to strike Iran, not that they struck Iran, that they were going to strike Iran. And that they'd take preemptive action, right? Now, if we are to take that as truth, then explain to me 8 months ago when Israel literally already fired the missiles and they hit Iran, that there was no action taken and he's called a ceasefire, and then Trump done the whole, we don't know what the fuck they're doing. That infamous clip.
We're also not going to tell somebody what we do before we do it.
But not even that though. Like what I'm trying to point to is like the intention. You know what I mean? Trump just could have called another ceasefire, but he didn't. And one might conclude from such actions is that Trump is like, this is all in. Trump is like going into this and this whole kind of stuff that Marco Rubio's talking about and all this kind of shit. This is a way to get around actually calling it a war. You're saying, well, hey, we're not actually going to war here. We're just managing the situation. You know, Israel is the one that was like leading this or spearheading this, and we're just managing the situation. We're just protecting our naval base, all this kind of shit. And then meanwhile, it cuts to like footage of Iran, and there's bombs that like seem to be like lightning bombs that are being dropped. Like I don't even know how to describe them. You know what I mean? They're saying they're like striking out electricity plants, all this kind of shit. And it's like, nah, bro. Like I've never seen like a blue glow from a fucking bomb before.
Wouldn't it make sense and add up that the commander-in-chief already knew he won, but wasn't? Say it was a chess match, right? And he had already made checkmate. He's not going to tell you.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like when he was there saying like asking Europe to help out, and Europe was like, nah, bro. Like that was basically a test to see. It's like, do you have my back if I'm actually at risk? And he had his answer there. But what told me that was a gambit was that he also asked China to help out. The one dude who's literally been saying China. You know, it's not like it's not Corona. It's the Kung flu.
Did they though?
Help out? No. But that's because like Trump is literally kind of saying like gauging wherever everyone else is. Like, oh, I'm kind of like stuck. I've got like a flat tire. Does anyone want to help out? And everyone in the car says, nah, fuck you. You change your own tire. And then you say, oh, like I actually just deflated the tire. So then everybody's like, oh, fuck.
I'd rather have somebody say, fuck you, change your own tire than move past me and invade. Which they can't do anyways, but I'm just saying.
But it's to get the sincerity in terms of like the feedback, in terms of like actually making a deal. Like, is this person actually out for like the benefit of both of us, or are they just out for themselves? And all these, well, Japan seems to be all in, and England seems to be going down the same route as the Tony Blair thing, where they'll be like, oh, we're our own country, independent, sovereign, all this kind of shit. But then when America says we're going, England's like, yeah, we're going. You know what I mean? So in terms of like the grand scheme of things, like I genuinely think that it is like this whole like 4D chess and all that stuff. And in terms of like having trust in your own military and having trust in your own president, all this kind of shit. And especially, like I said, the footage that like, because it literally be like a bomb drops and it'd be like an orange, reddish orange kind of like huge cloud kind of thing. And then another bomb will drop in like literally the same area. And then it'll be like this blue shit, like it literally looks like a fucking like thunderbolt just came straight from the fucking sky and hit the ground. You know what I mean? And I'm like, whatever the fuck that is like base age like technology kind of thing, which to me is like, yeah, these cunts have no chance. You know what I mean? So like this whole thing that like is being played out in the media is like, and again, like this is the beautiful thing to it. It's like, like let's say you know that you have rats on your ship, right? What's the one thing you want to do? You want to be able to you want to be able to expose the rats. But why do all the work trying to like catch them out and all this kind of shit, when you can just, let's say, through preventing certain information being known, or like this whole like fog of war thing, that you lead them to believe that, oh, I'm actually in a weak position and I'm gonna lose, or I'm about to lose, and then every single one of the rats expose themselves, and then boom, you flip your trap card and you're like, mirror force, bitch. What now? Like Tucker Carlson is literally saying shit like, yeah, the CCP, we need to share power with China, but we're also America first. Wait, sorry, what?
Mm-hmm.
I'm an American, but, you know, Sharia law is not actually a bad idea. Sorry, what? Do you know what I mean? So,
Yes.
a lot of food for thought, but unfortunately, folks, we have reached the end of the show. Shock and awe. Yeah, bro. Like I said, I would not want to be in the middle of Iran right now. I would not, and also I would not want to go against the fucking American military. I can tell you that for a fact. Holy shit. You thought Venezuela was quick. Golly. But anyways, darts. We have reached that time of the show. Any closing thoughts, nuggets of wisdom, final closing remarks you want to leave the chat with?
The chat can go fuck themselves until Shantae wants to live up to what she claimed. No, seriousness. I'm just joking. No, I really thank you for having me on and expanding my mind. You've definitely helped me think of, well, just think of why I think what I think.
100%, bro. That's the best we can ask. You know what I mean? You wake up each day and you learn something new. Is that not progress at the end of the day? You know what I mean?
I would think so. Yeah.
Exactly. And like I said, folks, we'll be hitting back tomorrow. We won't be doing the Wheel of Madness. We'll be doing a bit of Film Room. And then on the Thursday will be the last episode of Season 2 Wheel of Madness. We'll be taking a couple of weeks break. And then we'll be back for Season 3 of Wheel of Madness as well. But folks, like I said, been leaving off with the same message. To all Americans listening to me right now, all I ask of you is not to trust me. Just please, for the love of God, trust your president. God bless Trump and God bless America.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views. And somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you. I will fight for you. And I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.